Good morning. Hello, chat. How are we? Hello, Chromos. Hello, Anubis. Hello, Robert. How are we today? It's Friday again. Oh my god, this week flew by. Hello, Tina, and thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, as well as the Discord message. It's Friday morning, just still gotta go to work. Hey, I appreciate that, Robert, mate. Thank you very much. It is indeed still a work day. Actually, a lot of people, funnily enough, have today off. But I think it's some like holidays and stuff, public holidays and whatnot. Also depending on where you work as well, because a lot of schools in the UK have just broke up. You know, I appreciate that, guys. Thank you very much. I don't know where the last 6 years have gone, to be honest. Almost as quick as this week. But the plan is we're going to jump onto our zoo, and we may make a heck ton of progress today. And I mean a metric heck ton. Hey, Void, thank you for the frog! Appreciate it. How you doing, mate? How you doing, Void? Hello, Unknown as well. How are you today? Yeah, no. There's a couple of things. We're gonna continue work, obviously, on what we're doing. Hopefully finish off that entrance area, meaning one more thing off the checklist. I was also asked to do like a big tour of like every zoo I've ever made. That I still have, at least. That'll take a few hours, to be honest. So I'll make time for that. Hey, Void, thank you for the 30 stream streak. I really appreciate that. Doing good. I can finally take a break from Power World. I finished it today with my friends. Oh, hell yeah. Done all the bases and story, yeah? Thank you, Hippo, mate. Yes, sir. Yeah, I want to do that. I want to collect every pal as well. That's probably it. Do all the story, do all the bases and bosses, and collect every pal. And then call it there. I'm nowhere near that goal. We technically only just started. I'm on my... I just did my second stream of it. So, yeah, I got loads. Oh, you're after all the achievements as well. That's a later problem. That's fair enough. Yeah, what I'll do is we'll do our normal stuff until about 2 p.m. The legendary frontier time. And then I will do a tour of things we've done before. I didn't mean to rhyme. Big, bouldery, curved edges. Plenty of them, I'll be honest. Sleepachino! How you doing, mate? If you check the Pokemon channel, I sent you proof of shiny. Got a shiny Pokemon. Oh, Murkrow at that. Love a Murkrow. There ain't one for catching 5 everything, but I'm happy for that. Oh, really? I will be. I want 5 of everything. How you doing, sleep, mate? Do 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 do. Hope you're doing well this morning. It goes, and I'm ready to be home tonight. Okay. And then what? Are you free this weekend? No more work this weekend or anything? We go super slow here. Yeah, completing like the PAL Dex, Palpedia, whatever it is called. It's not a necessary requirement. I just like doing it. I do it on Pokemon as well. If I can. I couldn't with Leaf Green because a lot of the Pokedex is locked behind Ruby and Sapphire, which we don't have on the Switch. So I did not bother to do too much. I wanted to do more satisfactory. I've got ideas and a cheat sheet ready. That'll be your weekend plan then. It just appeared while I was playing between turns and in another game. Oh really? It's Murkrow. I'd be like, what? One of my friends is a completionist, so he's gonna be doing all of that. Yeah. I'm still really happy with this gate that we made, by the way. Right. I'm gonna do some planting. Start the day off. You know, I'm a big completionist, but only on games that like I thoroughly enjoy. When I was younger, like in the Xbox days with achievements, it didn't matter if I didn't enjoy the game. I would go after everything. I wanted every achievement for every game that I owned. It was a way of padding out my playtime to kind of make the purchase worth it because I couldn't afford many games. But yeah, nowadays I don't bother unless I actually enjoy the game. But I don't really go for achievements anymore. I just get like all the in-game stuff. Hello, Jarek. How you doing? Hope you're doing well, mate. Is random rotation on? Not that it matters with grass, but still. I did end up getting attacked by a gnat, so today I'm gonna stay up. Those pesky gnat attacks, look. I'm doing good. I'm working from home, so Daz time. Ooh, hell yeah. We love to hear that. We got a time crunch to beat the last boss because the server owner will be on a cruise for 2 weeks. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Is that what Power World's like? Multiplayer. The server owner has to be online and playing. Or do you mean like you'd rather do it with them before they went away? Got the curse of Goxie. The attack now. Didn't want to be left behind? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's good. I wasn't sure if you could play offline. I'm pretty sure you can, yeah. Happy birthday. It is our Twitch birthday today, yeah. Thank you so much, mate. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I don't want to jinx it, so I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Thank you, Unknown. Appreciate it. It was nice to finally join my friends in something since I rarely play with them. Yeah, no. It's kind of the same with me. I play a lot of WoW with my friends. But outside of that, I'm just too busy. Plus the time I'm available for games, they're not, and vice versa. So. Hello, Drakis. Good morning. Also, who wants to name the shiny Murkrow? Any takers in chat? Shiny Burb? How are you today, Drakis? Oh, 250 plus ping. How are you as well, Vulcan? Tell me. Tell me the things. I did make it. I was not attacked by orcas. I waddled away. We try Dead by Daylight customs occasionally, but I'll be rocking... Oh yeah, sorry, I read that part. I gotta hit them with 5 times to down them. Oh no. Emphasis on the double tap. And then again and again. I'm good. Tonight is the launch of the new Path of Exile League. So instead of working in theory crafting that, sorry, I'm theory crafting that. 6 years have taken a toll on my brain. Busting out all the spreadsheets. You are not the first spreadsheet enthusiast I've come to know. Hey, Drakis with the 210 stream streak. Right, somehow if you can hear me, turn off your Discord notifications. Because he's coming. Oh Lord, he coming. Hello, Bob. Thank you as well, Drakis. You what? To know me? You didn't have to do that, Des. You could just talk to me, you know? To know me. I think between my reading skill and the way that was written, we should go back to bed. We had no shot. No. Nope. It was over before it begun. Drakis, you are a stinker. I mean, true, but where did that come from? Says you. Yeah, Bob, you do smell a bit. What? Hello, Loki. How are you doing, mate? How the devil are you? Do you want to tell me a Daz unlocked this stream? Huh? Bob, thank you for the 250 stream streak. Appreciate it. Bob outs Dracus, Dracus outs, right? But that was a pun? Oh my lord, brother. Brother in Christ. Give me strength. Nah, there's no tax on that one. That's straight to jail. Hey, welcome back, Tina. Welcome back. Straight to jail and you won't be passing go. Exactly. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. I'll welcome on your back. Aw, thank you, Loki, mate. It's very wholesome of you. Yeah, I don't know where the time's gone, to be honest. Seems like I don't remember that. Almost 10 months. Almost 10 montheroos. Do you know what you were before you memed? Or have you forgotten? Oh. Blessings upon your gap. Thank you, Bob. Do, 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 do. Feel free to name the Murkrow. What do we call a Murkrow? What a fascinating question. I actually don't know. I've got no ideas. Not a single one. Chroma. There you go. Chroma it is. Got a lot of follow ages here. What we got? 5 years, 7 months, 2 months, 1 week. It's what's weird about that Vulcan. It feels like you've been here longer. You have proper, like, cemented yourself within these streams. Look. 4 years, 3 months. 3 years, 6 months. No, that's because I'm really loud and annoying. Look who you're competing with. A lot of the same. Da 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 da. 5 months, 6 days. I'm not sure, Loki, on that one. I think so. Milkshake with the 1 month and 5 days. Hell yeah. Look at the baby. Well, I quite liked that, actually. Do, do, do. Anyways, guess I win. Fuck it out. Could tell Bob's never had a medal in his life. Look. You are absolutely correct. Yeah, I could smell it on your breath. I swear down, if I get any more scam calls, I'm gonna throw my phone into the toilet. Look at the baby. I'm looking at the flowers. Oh, sheesh. Cabrera's looking lovely. Yeah, it's come out really well. Really happy with it. That's a nice boulder. Speaking of, I do need to add some little rocks here and there. You know what's lacking though? You in that pond, face down in a minute if you mention a certain cubicle. Which I am adding later. Alright, unknown. Catch you later. It's missing porcelain. You asked too many questions, Milkshake. Any more and the Mafia may be knocking on your door. It's not the Mafia, it's Luke. Same thing. No, you are correct. I literally finished last stream building the thing. I've not had a chance to unlock it and do anything with it. I will open the gate. Open the door. Why is it difficult? Why is it so difficult? Change a light bulb. Everyone who tries keeps screwing it up. Speaking of mafia. Yeah. We have more unsolicited jokes and puns. Hello, Nuggy. How you doing? There are also magnetic onesies. Oh, shut up. Are you happy with anything I build? Milkshake. I spent ages on that. And now you're like, oh, it's closed. Oh, it's wrong. Oh, what about a light bulb? Yeah, sure you are. Oh, you and me out back right now. I'm getting the whip. You know what? You know what you're getting? I had all this planned just for you, you know? I had all this planned just for you. It's making a return. This is all you're getting. If I can freaking find the thing. Hey, up. There's your toilet. Dig a hole. I don't care. I'm literally going to uni to dig holes. You know, you do seem like the type to dig some holes. And deeper at that. Oh, archaeology. Sorry, I thought you meant like putting your foot in your mouth. Look. Simon Honeydew would be so proud. I'm so glad. I probably do a fake rock, actually. I'm going to use some for some pebbles. That's what I'll do. Explains why you like Daz. I never get to do that, so that was quite special. That one was quite special. Okay. I guess. Mean but deserved. It's funny you should mention being snapped out of existence. Sandwich posted a very comical stream meme in the Discord yesterday. Related to such. Let him out straight away. Yep. How close are you to the UK's fossil coast, by the way? Heck if I know. I don't know how far away I am from my nearest McDonald's. What kind of question is this? Brother. Just calm down on the accusations. Yeah, the accent doesn't give it away or anything. Not at all. Streaming years? I'm just imagining Daz like one of those ancient chihuahuas. Oh, he'll be streaming 10 years now? Huh? You've lost me. Is it like dog years? I've lost myself. You okay? What are you talking about? Where am I? I really liked your fence. Yeah, no, don't worry. I'll open the gate. Literally, it was a case of at the very end of my stream last week. Not last week. Earlier this week. I literally just finished making the fence. I didn't have time to arrange it or anything. I want to blueprint it as well. I didn't have time for that either. Yeah, I see that video. Where the owner's like calling it all cutesy things. It's like, God, please kill me. Save me from this suffering. Is that the one? Oh, that's a pug, isn't it? No, never mind. That's not a chihuahua. Maybe I've not seen the chihuahua then. I'm thinking of the pug. He just inhales and just screams. Fair enough. I've not seen that. Back in a bed, or is Drakis? Daz went from ancient chihuahua to screaming chihuahua. Sleep needs more sleep, I think. Probably. A little bit of rock work in my life. DMs.
Why is you?
Cola.
What the fuck? That's Val on Monday. Jesus Christ. What do I have left to finish with the zoo? This area over here where we're going to add Milkshake's toilet. Specifically only Milkshake can go there. Do some planting. And then the zoo as a whole is like complete. But we're going to go through and add some more details. Some special effects. As well as some lighting and some other little bits. But in terms of like the construction side and like the landscaping and the, you know, all the nature and stuff, we could be complete today. Words are hard, okay? VIP toilet. It's just to shut him up. Ah! Oh god, I became the chihuahua then. That's one stinky poo. Hello? I want the rock. I want a rock right now. Come on. No, not the grunt. Hey! Hey! Ooh. Ooh. Add grass, they said. It'd be fun, they said. Ba-da-ba. It's a pity toilet. Is it possible on Planet to make a street full of ticket boots? Meaning they pay multiple entry fees before getting to the zoo park? I don't think so. This is implied tickets. This is like actual admission. Maybe you could have one in front of the other, in front of the other, in front of the other. I don't know. I've never tried that. Not a clue. Do. Milkshake over here trying to game the system. I don't need these everywhere, I'm realizing. I've never tried it because it looks silly. Mechanically, yeah, I ain't got a clue. Diddly-doo-doo. Infinite money glitch. The infinite money glitch is actually just to, when you start a zoo, build a habitat, add a couple of donation boxes, you're done. It's literally that simple. Do, 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 do. No, that's Sandbox. That's how I got mine. It is how I never had any money problems in franchise mode, though. Right. Even if I didn't have unlimited money, I'm making profit anyway. I'm not in ridiculous debt or anything. In most games, I often give myself a rule, not allowed to go unlimited. My rule was I played this game almost 7 years. planetzoo 2 is coming out soon. I don't give a fuck anymore. That was my rule. I kind of like the idea of 1. Yeah. I also might change this tree for an ash. Could turn off the money. It's already off. Hence unlimited. Hello, Derper. How you doing? I hope you're well. I should probably go be productive, though. Have a lovely rest of your stream. Thank you very much, Milkshake. By the time you return, you may or may not have a toilet. I kind of want to go sapling, you know? Hey, Gray. How you doing, mate? Yeah, sapling is way nicer here. Right. Let's open the gate, shall we? Oh, you bugger. Help Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my... Ah! Wait, did I not? I swear I split that from group. Did I not? I think the 6 years have gotten to me. Split. I'm doing good, mate. How are you doing? It's a going. How is Gray? How is his aquarium? Gacha Guna games. What the hell is that? Sounds like you're committing a crime. Surviving. I've been working on a coral reef. Ahead. Oh, you can compare it to planetzoo 2 then. That's cool. Gacha game with uber hot anime. Right, okay. Oh, you dickhead. Can't believe I've done this. Yeah, I'd love to see that, Grey Mate. Just get your dailies in. Your daily goon. Now, this should... Do, do, do. Hello, Kuma. How you doing? Be doing well. You dirty rascal. There we go. The gate has been opened. Do 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 do. Gonna play some Jurassic. Nice. Building anything in particular? Why does that fit so nicely in that little crevice? I think I typically have benches on the path, though. I do, yeah. I mean, I could still. I don't know, I quite like that one there. Yeah, we'll have that one there. Yeah, something with the lagoon, because I just downloaded a natural lagoon mod. Cheeky. Cheeky, cheeky. Right, I might help blend the hedgerow into the grass, and then we're done with this side. The Lagoon Lodge is finished. Right, what I'll do... Food is finished. Nice. Custard. Actually, I don't know if you're the best one for this. I do love my custard apples, however... What about the coastals? No. Let's have a little browse. It's been a while. Oh, that's what I was going to add. Some African daisies. I think that's what I used over here, wasn't it? Yeah. Not too many. I just like some. Where I have all these asters. Hello, Zay. It certainly has been. Certainly, certainly. Wonky! Yeah, filthy gremlin. How are you? Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes. I don't know where time's gone, to be honest. Arrowheads, maybe? Yeah. It did go over there. A little bit over there leaked over as well. It do be the case. No. 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 Why do I always get it? It's your spirit animal. How does it feel though? 6 years is a long time and many hours streaming. It feels good. Kinda, I don't know, weird at the same time. It's a strange feeling. Is that like a statistic I can check? Lifetime hours streamed. I think the hedgerow's fine as is, to be honest. But what I'm going to do is kind of give it a less uniform shape. Yeah, should do actually. I'm good, thank you. Just working out what to do with my day at the moment. Got the Quack Slayer, which is fun. A weekend. No, not even weekends. Other than Sunday. Although my schedule has changed over the years. Let's have a look. Twitch does not provide a native single-click lifetime streaming hours counter, but you can find your data through... That's recent metrics. You try this one? Do 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 do. I don't think I could do lifetime. Let me have a look though. If I go to my dashboard, analytics. So far in July, I've streamed 145 hours. June was 188 hours. May was 181 hours. Yeah, I could do whole months, but not like a lifetime. On average, what? 100... What? What was my lowest there in recent months? 181? Highest 188 hours a month. But God knows that won't be like a whole lifetime thing. I've not had the same schedule for a lifetime. Well, the Twitch lifetime. I've also decided that Green Day should be the theme song for planetzoo 2's release. Oh, you've decided that, have you? How come? Wake me up when September ends. Do you want me to try see if they can do an October 1st release? Instead of mid-October. Right, I think we're done. Let's group up this whole area now. The cabins are a lot of pieces, so I can't... I'm gonna uncheck them. I can't group up that roof either because that's on the grid, but we separated it and moved it about. Yeah, I'll group up all that. Then I might be able to group up these. Yeah, group up them. Cool. That is Lagoon Lodge. Finished and open for business. We can even get our little NVIDIA. So we have. Yes, do it. I want to say you can see it on the page where it shows your requirements for affiliate, but it's been forever. It's on the page where it shows how many followers and average viewers you have. What, analytics? Yeah, I think that all looks nice. Right, which means this is the last step. Oh, the achievements. Yes, you are right. There's total watch hours. But not streaming hours. Is it the same thing? I suppose it is. My total hours watched on your channel, 749,000. Kind of a big deal 3 is 1 million. The purple heart is 5 million. The marble heart is 50 million. And the chrome heart is 250 million. Assuming they're the same thing, then yeah. Hello, Mac. I'm doing great. How are you, mate? Mac was streaming one of my favorite games I've ever streamed on this channel, by the way. Death's Door. Remember the little Zelda-like crow game? I still have that highlighted on my channel, actually. That playthrough. Jack 2, you shut your mouth. You behave. Right, yeah, we need a toilet. Toilet day. To be fair, I have a toilet like this, and then I have a toilet like that. Do I make a brand new toilet again, or do I grab that one and make alterations? Go piss? No, not actual piss. In-game piss. I'm good, thanks. I'm gonna watch your highlights when I'm done. Yeah, I believe they're still on. I had to get rid of everything when obviously they changed how VODs work. Content collections. Nope. Video producer. Highlights. I have the very first Visage playthrough that we did from 2020. All 3 parts of that. I have the Death's Door playthrough from 2021. All 5 parts of that. And I have the very first At Dead and Night playthrough that we did back in 2021 as well. And I have a weird Asia Animal Pack Showcase early access look in there as well from 2025. Not sure why. Joel, we found out yesterday. That's pretty cool. Right showed us this. If you go to this website, right, and you type in my channel name, Daz Unlocked, you put nothing in the start or end dates, you just hit fetch clips. And then, once that generates the clips, if you go to any category, it'll actually show you all the games that have been clipped. Which I think is quite handy for horror games. That doesn't mean it shows every horror game we've ever played. It just shows the ones that have clips. Also, if you're trying to find a specific clip. It's quite handy as well. Hello, Dendro. Hello, Trouble. It's me. How you doing? I knew you were trouble when you walked in. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this design, but I'm gonna make alterations. For sure, for sure. Because that is not how I want it to be. How is Dendro today? I'm doing good, thank you. Thank you for asking. My neck is still buggered, so I can't move. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. We are constructing the last area that needs filling in this park. And it's just an entrance toilet area, to be honest. Nothing amazing. Once I've done this, and this area is filled out, it's literally a case of the park is done, but I want to go through it and add more details where there's lacking. Especially lighting. I'm not a particular fan of the lighting in this game compared to what we're going to get in October. But I still need to add some. Hey, thank you. You know, I appreciate you. You're always liking my tweets and hyping my work. It's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. I've got a couple more actually. The only animals I've not done tours for are the king penguin and the polar bear, which are surprisingly actually my favorites. So I'll get around to them soon. The pufferfish. It was in, like I said to you, it was in the gameplay trailer, but I don't know if it got missed. But they look amazing. I read the article that they posted as well, and they said even though pufferfish blow up like that as a defense response, it's too iconic to only have it as that. So they've made it so that every now and again they just do that animation. Hey, Mac, thank you for the 5 stream streak. I really appreciate that, mate. That is also a hydrate. Thank you, Jarek. Putting my streak back up only for it to be crushed by your weekend streams. Ah. I'll have to cancel the Saturday stream then. Planet Zoo 2, yeah. We've been Planet Zoo 2 crazy over here, Mac. Every week there's more information, there's more reveals, there's more... just everything. Alright, that can go. More turkey. I hate waiting, but I know it's gonna be worth it. Abso-bloody-lutely. Abso-bloody-lutely. Question. Have you seen that they've upgraded Steam's wish list? I've not, no. What, pray tell, do? Doesn't work as well as you hope, no? How come? Also, welcome back. According to it, you've only made 2 Planet Zoo clips. Oh, do you reckon things expire? Maybe. I don't know though. There's some really old games on that. That is strange. It's got the ability to put things into categories now. Not sure if it'll let me... Huh? Interesting. I'll have a look later then. Could give it a try. Don't. I don't. What am I trying to say? I had a brain fart then. That was a really bad one as well. I completely like conked out. That was full herpin derpin. Old, yeah. Those 6 years caught up to me, mate. What can I say? I was gonna say we have so much to play at the moment anyway. I don't even have time to do everything I want to do. So don't waste your money on me. Like, I'd love to play Halo, but that'll come eventually. We've only just started Power World and Assassin's Creed. I've got Avatar to get back into. We've got the Crash Bandicoot games after we're done with Donkey Kong. I've still got like things like Dispatch and Red Dead Redemption 1 and stuff just in my library. You completed Power World. Waste. Well, you're too kind, but you did just like skint yourself on a new car, you know? Nice. Yeah, no. Power World, I'm nowhere near complete. We already just started, really. I want to collect every PAL, 5 of every PAL. I want to complete all the bases, the story. And that'll probably be as much effort as we put in, to be honest. I'm doing the 5 every PAL at the moment. It's nice. It's nice to be addicted to that game again, to be honest. Well, I'm not addicted to it to the sense that's all we play. That's all I can think about. But I'm enjoying myself a lot when I play it. My patience in waiting for it to become a full release has paid off. And it's kind of what I'm doing with Prehistoric Kingdom at the moment as well. Although when Zoo 2 comes out... If Zoo 2 is as good as it is coming across, Prehistoric Kingdom, I'm sorry. Jurassic World, I'm sorry. I'll be honest. Hello, Ray. How you doing? How the devil are you? They did fix it. Thank you very much, Ray. I appreciate that. Every game, I'm sorry. For a good couple of weeks, absolutely. DKDs? When did Warlock get here? He's infected the community, mate. One, 2 on the 3rd, okay. Zoo2's gonna take us both out. Yep. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So it's like on that one. Okay. Before it wouldn't let me gift you due to price changes, but now they just increase the price. Oh, they add the conversion on top. Dozen of weeks, scores of weeks, hundreds of weeks. Food is eaten. Oh, 2 seconds. Gonna be in those water tunnels. Never allowed to leave. Do 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 do. No one's gonna use these, by the way, other than milkshake. FYI. Sleep. Fuck did you do? Yeah, you won't get away with that one without the whole of chat seeing that. Two seconds, chat. Right, thank you for the 205 stream streak. I need to see this. I don't know what you've done. Let's have a look. Think of it as a 6-year stream birthday gift. Oh! Oh, thank you so much, Sleep. That's very kind of you. Again, you did not have to do this. You are skint. You should not be spending money like that on me, but I warned you, but I do appreciate it. Hey, Simploid, how you doing? Sleep will not exist when planetzoo 2 arrives. Exactly that. I do plan to play this, so... Thank you very much, mate. Actually, that's a good point. When does that come out? Sleep gifted me Rayman Legends Untold. Or Retold, sorry, whatever it's called. Which is... I love the Rayman Legends games. I love Rayman as a whole. Apart from when Nintendo emulators gimp me on Collect Every Lum. Not bitter about that at all. Yeah, looks really good. I definitely want to play it. Sleep, thank you so much. That is very, very kind of you. You did not need to do that, as I keep saying, but I appreciate it. I'm good. I'm planning to go to a zoo before planet. Same, actually. When the summer holidays are over and kids go back to school, I will be visiting a zoo. And then zoo comes out in like 13th of October. And then at the end of October, I'm going to the WWF headquarters to meet some other jingle jammers, some other zooers. get some inspiration from all the things I will learn on that day about the work that WWF do. And then, yeah, in December, we're going to have a big old Progetto on the go as well. For planetzoo. Is that okay like that, or should I bring them down a bit? The December project you want to do, I definitely want to join. You're more than welcome. I'm literally... Luke has been wrangling as many wildlife lovers, streamers as possible to join Jingle Jam this year, whether it's their first year or they've done it before, to be a WWF representative. Last year was our first year. He's wrangling all these people, and once he has, once the game has launched and we know exactly what we have, what we're getting, the whole roster of animals, I'm then going to contact him, wrangle as many of those people as possible, the zoo players, and see how many of them want to do this little collaboration. Where we're doing our own thing in our own schedules, but collectively we're doing some in-game conservation work, you know? Under the name of WWF. I think I've been sent this. Very safe Dino Park, yeah. I don't really get time to play many, like, friend slop multiplayer games like this anymore. But if I did, this would definitely be one I want to play. Oh, shit! People are actually using this. No one tell milkshake. No shrimping. Hello, Ooze. How you doing? That'll be a fun co-op game. I've got so much to figure out. I still haven't, like, signed up to a gym yet. I want to do that soon. And then I'll be going in the morning, so streams will start later, and I'll probably end later. But then I need to work out what days I make my little zoo shorts as well, and, like, yeah, just finding time for everything. How is Ooze? I was trying to explain this to my parents, and they were like, so you're just going to stream like normal? But Ma, it's for WWF. I do want this chain link fence over there as well, FYI. It's so hot at the moment. Yeah. Thank you, Ooze. Appreciate it, mate. I go to the gym between 7:30 a.m. Until 8:45 a.m. Oh my god, that's quite a long time, actually. I don't know how long, realistically, one should spend at the gym. Five years, 11 months. Goose has pretty much been there throughout. Bar 1 month. Everyone that plays should start streaming then, I guess. So we can earn some good money for WWF. If that's something you want to do and you're comfortable with. Luke is a regular here. So I'll put that out there to any of you. Any of you who stream, any of you who have thought about streaming, and you want to take part in Jingle Jam this year and raise some funds for WWF, you just gotta let him know. There's no barrier to entry. Luke slithered it into DMs very quickly. We have a very parasitic relationship, me and Luke. I'm basically collecting Zoo streamers like Infinity Stones at this point. I want more and more and more. I want to raid into more and more and more and see these people thrive and just kind of like bring that community together on Twitch, because it already exists on YouTube, in fairness, for the most part. And Luke obviously wants more and more and more of those people to take part in charity events. So we're kind of using each other at the moment. And he's a shareholder in this zoo and owns half of it. So I might do the fence first and then I'll come back to this. But let me just line out this grass. Okay. That is the last area we actually need to fill in. And then, look. Soon Daz will snap his fingers, and the chat will just fill with Zoo creators. Oh, no. Everybody who does it in stream, Zoo will just turn to dust. What? I shouldn't have grouped this. That was not smart of me. Boo doo 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 doo. It's going good, Rob. Lovely to see you, mate. How are you doing? Yeah, Zoo's going well. Very close to completion, actually. Well, in the construction side of things, there's still like lots of little things I need to add. Lighting, security cameras, some special effects here and there. Kind of go through and clean some stuff up. Yeah, no, I've made a boo-boo here, chat. How are you today, mate? Low-key. Good thing I already had 8 to 10 to dust. Got you just in time. I gotta get ready for work, and now all I want to do is play more Planet Zoo. Yeah. I need to check out your stuff at some stage. On topic, chat. I was watching Davey last night. I always watch Davey play some Planet Zoo when I can. We love Davey. And Mr. Rob here raided him. Also a zoo player. So I was like, come here. Come here. I had to check out your zoo. Get over here. Right, I just want to leave that panel and delete everything else. Wasn't that hard, actually. Thank God. Well, like a charm. Yeah, no, it's been nice. A little history, Rob. Today I've been streaming 6 years. I've been streaming PlanetZoo as my core game. I play lots of other games. We play RPGs, we play horror games, platformers, MMO. Like we dabble. We do dabble. But PlanetZoo has been my core game for the entire time that I've been streaming on Twitch. And honestly, not to be dramatic, it's been pretty lonely. Most of the zoo creators that I follow and that I could find were all on YouTube, for the most part. Your Plastic Swans, your Lady Designers, your Rudies, your Leaf, your Caesar Creates, your Zoofs, you know? Mrs. T-Rex, Eben, all of them, right? They're all YouTube, for the most part. And there was really mainly me, 8-Bit Josh, Dutch Lion, and a few others as well. Not all of them are around anymore either, which is kind of sad. So yeah, no, it's you know, it's very rarely could I raid out to someone playing this game. However, since PlanetZoo 2's announcement, there's been a resurgence, and I've been able to find people that did play this game on Twitch, like Digital Blob, Gray, wonderful individuals. So people have come back to the game, and also a load of new people have been starting to play the game. Your Quiet Paws, your Davies, your Bethams started streaming the game. So yeah, it's been lovely. Just, I like finding new people. People that have no experience with the game and are trying it out before Zoo 2. People that have a lot of experience with the game and do amazing things. That's kind of the joke. I'm collecting them like Infinity Stones at the moment. Because I love seeing what people do. What's a zoo? What is PlanetZoo? Make a zoo for creators, put cages. I mean, Mrs. T-Rex did, Gemma, did something similar pretty recently. We made the gibbon habitat. She made a dub. She was doing a charity stream on World Earth Day and Ocean Day for WWF, and she made a zoo where loads of different creators made some builds, submitted them. We made a gibbon habitat. Pretty happy with that, actually. I'll be showing it off today when we do the big old tour. I think Dad's gonna know my question. Sorry, who are you? Got him! He fully knows what planetzoo is. Little cheeky devil. Well, like, who are you, ugly dad? Oh, I just got pounded. I did. On a Friday morning of that. planetzoo 2 is what got me to come and try it out again. Yeah, no, it's been awesome. Did you say 60 years ago again? I keep doing that. Sleep made the joke earlier of like streaming years are like dog years. So 6 streaming years is actually 60 years. Or is it the other way around? 6 actual years is 60 streaming years. I don't know. I'm old. I'm deteriorating by the minute. I hit my head and developed very short-term zoo-specific amnesia. Right, well, let me fill you in, right? You don't mod for a zoo creator called Quiet Paws. You're actually in the process of applying to be mine. I broke character. Hello, Bethan. How you doing? Daz is prehistoric on Twitch. Pass it on. Damn right. How are you today?
Dinosaur.
Oh, hell nah.
Dinosaur.
That's the dinosaur pass on. Well, your application's been denied now. Look. Cheeky bugger. You're meant to be a sycophant. Not a bitch. Look. Actually, that's a lie. None of my mods are sycophants. They're my biggest haters. You pass. You're in. Actually, that's not true. Dragon. Dragon's not a hater. He's just obsessed with my feet. I'm good. How are you? Happy 6 years. Thank you. I'm doing good. Thank you. Ten stream streak. 6 years and you've only known me for 10 streams. I feel like I've known you 10 years at this point. That's troubling. Have that effect on people. Do, 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 do. In other news, autocorrect no longer tries to change your name to Bethany. Was that happening a lot, was it? It's quite a warm one to streak. I daren't look at my weather report because it'll make me depressed. No worries, Loki. Enjoy your food. do. You still up till 3 a.m. playing Minecraft? No comment. No shame, no judgment. I'm all about dopamine. Whatever form it takes. Lean into it. Suckle upon its teat. Oh no, I'm unhinged again. You're 10 years streaming next year. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is a big milestone. That's a flex. The other day was 5 a.m. I'm ashamed. I shouldn't be here. It's as though I'm 12 years old. I'm pretty sure I had one in my stream yesterday. They joined a raid while I was playing Jurassic. And I was showing them what I was building. And they just kept saying, like, please build this, please build this, please, 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 please. Stop what you're doing and cater to me. I was like, oh my god. We let the 12-year-old in here. Please build a rock. So, Warlock? His ears are burning. You will summon him. Like the Candyman. Do. I can summon him if you want. Leave him be. He'll join when he has time. They need to go back to school. I know they just broke up, but get back to school, like. Yeah. Boop, boop, boop. Legend says if you say Bloody Mary 3 times, Warlock would appear in your bathroom mirror and hit you with a D's joke. A D's nuts before he fades away. Why has this stream got 50 views, yet another one has to when it's the same game? Come again? Beth is like, oh shit. Not another one. I don't know the question, to be honest. I don't understand the question. Are you asking why I have 50 viewers and yet other streams of the same game don't? It's because I'm the king. I couldn't take myself serious. All I'm saying is crazy that this stream has 50 people watching, but another one doing the same thing has 0 views. It's not that crazy at all. Twitch is about building a community. And as the stream title demonstrates, I've been doing this for 6 years, attempting to build a community. A lot of people here just come to hang out, regardless of the game I'm playing. Not everyone searches for streams based on the game alone. I'm not doing anything remarkably special that other people are on the platform. It's just a community. The one with 0 views, hopefully, if they stick with it, will eventually get to that point as well. It's a matter of time. It is. Patience, time, dedication. A little bit of luck as well. A lot of luck in some aspects. Okay, I'm gonna go stream this game now. Have fun, good luck. Oh dear. Live, love, laugh. I will not be collecting that Infinity Stone. I don't think. Let's put that stone back where I found it. Look. Also, if you are still here, Alfie, if you go into streaming expecting big numbers, you're gonna last a week, if that. You are gonna last a week. Oh, I hear polar bears in the distance. To be fair, what was the statistic I read? If you average like 16 or more viewers, you're in the top 1% of Twitch. Something crazy like that. And yeah, I used to average way more when I was, like during COVID, when people had a lot more free time. It's not about numbers at the end of the day. And the people that go into it obsessing over numbers, they're gonna have a shock. They're gonna have a shock. Oh, I do as well. I hate looking at it. Viewers, your view count. Not in the past, I used to snap when people used to come into stream and be like, "Oh, how only this many people watching you," and stuff like that. I just don't care. Like, that's a really bad impression to bring into a stream, to be honest. Twitch etiquette and all that. I don't care so much anymore because I've made peace with it, and I disable on OBS any visibility of my numbers. Numbers do not matter to me, and they are not a value of your worth and what you're doing. You could have 100 average viewers, but none of them subscribe. None of them chat or lurk for long or have any care or anything to be in a community of any kind. But you could have 8 people, even less, that turn up day after day after day after day. And that matters more. View count just fluctuates. It's not important. The only time it's important is when you're pushing for partner. That is a time to kind of like focus on it. But when I did, it made me miserable, so. Diddle-doo-doo. It's exactly that. It's there's random rotation on it is. You want to build something long lasting. People are going to come and go, unfortunately. I found this out the hard way almost 10 months ago. Hello, Essen, mate. People are going to come and go. The 50 people watching someone one year may not be the same 50 that watch them the year after. You want to build something that people want to keep coming back to. Where they can feel comfortable in and just like make friends in and leave their shit behind. Like maybe their day is going horribly and they can just forget about it, tune into your stream and just have a laugh, you know? That's what you want to build towards. If you have good numbers, if you make money doing that, even better. But if you go into streaming thinking you'll just have instant good numbers, you'll make a lot of money, you're doing it for the wrong reasons, in my opinion. And those kinds of people don't tend to stick with it long. To be fair, a lot of people have been like that recently, Dendra. I love my lurkers. But a lot of people have come out of lurking recently. It's always nice. Never any pressure to, but it's always nice. Hello, Fab. How you doing, mate? 2 weeks, 18 hours. Bethan already looks at me when I type in her stream like she's been putting up with my shit for 2 years. Let alone 2 weeks. That energy. Every time we mention rock, she loses it. I love watching people stream, especially games I like, but it also helps in my situation be part of a community or come to a welcoming place, as I don't get out much, if at all. Sadly, I think that's just the way the world is. Not everyone. Not everyone's situation is the same. My IRL friends where I live, they've just all moved on. They've either moved out of where I live or, you know, Sometimes you just lose contact with people, and that's just natural as well. So a lot of people don't have friends that they can just go up and, you know, meet every weekend or whatever. So sometimes the relationships you make online are pretty special. Okay, I need to fill in that gap there. Yeah, no. I get you. I get you, Wonky. Oh. My online friends are your best friends. Well, here's what I've always considered, right? The friends you make at school, the friends you make at college, the friends you make at uni, whatever, right? A lot of the time, sadly, tend to be more situational than anything. You found someone in close proximity to you who you get along with. However, online, you tend to find people you share more interests with, I'll be honest. You like filtered them. Whereas you could be friends with someone IRL and you just don't like the same things. But you just get on. Because you've been in that same environment together. So yeah, no, online friendships are not to be overlooked. Alright. Before we fill in all that in nature, there's nothing else really to put out here, is there? We have the chain link. We don't need a gate here, like we do over here. We have the toilet. That's not being used. Thank you for that milkshake. That's pretty much it, right? Yeah. Speaking of friend groups, I wish Twitch had a grouping option for streamers. In a way, it kind of does. I'm slowly filling mine out. But if you're on... Well, you're watching me stream. If you go onto my channel, like, not the actual stream, my channel, and you scroll to the very bottom, you'll see that I'm filling out a little shelf currently. Of people I get along with, consider friends, trust with you guys when I raid into them. That is my version of a grouping option. I think that's the best we can get, to be honest. Like, if a streamer raided out into someone, it would tag that streamer who I raided them from. I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just need to do nature now. Toilet's a toilet. At the end of the day. Doesn't need much else here. Plants and rocks. And then we are done. And we can go through and we can add cameras, lights, cameras. No action though. Special effects. Clean up some of the last details. That is wonkier than Wonky Builder, I'll be honest. My immersion! Okay. We're leaving this blank because it is implied that the road that the coaches come in and turn around in, as well as the guest car park, is all out there. I made a cross section rather than the whole thing. So adding plants and stuff there makes no sense. We're leaving that blank. Ba-ba-ba-da. Okay. I might show some Daz aim tonight. Ooh, gonna stream some Battlefield. Hey now, you're an all-star. Surprisingly wonky. Nothing you do is actually wonky. I'm going to trademark the word wonky with all paid usage of that word being donated to a zoo. I feel like your name is false advertising, I'll be honest. Man's out here building production farms and airports and highly detailed things. Like, I've not seen a single wonky aspect. Ah, okay. You're hiding the wonkiness. Do it. Many times I forgot how I have this person followed. Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah, like... No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. It's like during Jingle Jam last year, I wanted to raid as many people as possible. Not just people raising money for WWF, but people raising money for other charities within Jingle Jam. I met a lot of lovely people, all raising money for different and amazing causes. However, some of them I made kind of a bond with, I guess, like Ollie, for instance. Because I always rated him, he always rated me, you know, we'd always have that back and forth. But some were like one-offs. Like I'd raid someone, I liked what they did, I followed them. And then I've like barely seen them live since, or like, you know, we've never had that raid in, raid out business. So when I see them online, I'm like, do I remember you? Do I remember where I followed you from? Was it because you were playing a certain game? Was it because you were raising money for for Jingle Jam? So I get what you mean. Certain tags would be kind of helpful for forgetfulness. Why you? Not in a rude way, just like, you know, sometimes you do forget.
I will send you to Jesus.
Please do, because I have a lot to answer for. Yeah, it's not a rude thing. It's just like, I've forgotten. And I'm old. Forgetful. I can't remember. I don't have many people like that, but I do have a couple from Jingle Jam where I can't remember what game they were playing. Luckily, though, I'm part of the Jingle Jam stream team, and a lot of those people are as well, so that's how I easily identify them. There's even some people... I never mention it, right? Because it's awkward. And it doesn't, you know, I'm not offended or anything. But there's often been times where I remember someone that I raided from, like, Jingle Jam. And I've done so multiple times, and they have no idea who I am. Every time they thank me for a raid, it's them thanking me for the first time. I don't get offended by it. It's just natural forgetfulness. Like, I remember them. They have no idea who I am again. I would never bring that to light. That's too awkward. Look. Yeah, it was pause every time. She remembers me. She blames me for her internet packet last look. I don't even need to be present to get a mention. I come back to you talking about how amazing it was meeting me in Buffalo Grass. Are you okay? I know you've been streaming a long time today, but are you actually okay? Namaste. There we go. Perfect recreation. Boo-doo. I want to add some leaf litter on here. Namaste. I blame her for you. Well, sheesh. Hello, Nelly. How you doing? How are you? Oh, do you actually just rest perfectly onto... Oh. You gonna make me act up with that precision. Like, look at that. And then I can have some leaf litter down here. That is called what I like to call in the business an OCD's wet dream. Can confirm. I'll have that one that way. Have it at a bit of an angle as well. Okay. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. You know what, actually? I realize I have a lot of these and I've not put toilet on any of them, other than that one. With how stupid guests are, it may be worth adding toilet to these. Not that they read them and react to them. Just for realism. I'm off on a side quest. I've got notes. I'm gonna add it to the notes, to be honest. Finish filling in the empty areas with plants. That is the goal today. We finish off just the filling. The meat and gravy. Then I need to add lighting to the entire zoo. Add some special effects where appropriate, as well as some leaf layer, as we just added. Because we have a lot of like trees that kind of overhang on specific pathways or buildings. Add toilet. I can actually get rid of that one now. Goodbye. And add security cameras, because we get a lot of crime, a lot of vandalism. I have the security guards, but not the cameras, so... Add toilet signs to existing sign poles. And then the plan is, once this is fully done, I'm going to upload it to the workshop. That way, if anyone ever wants to jump in, have a little look around, maybe take some inspiration from it. If there's any to be had, they can do so. And then we are going to do one-off animal builds. We're just going to build random one-off habitats on a random flat map somewhere for animals that I've never built for, or that are coming in planetzoo 2 and we can make a direct comparison with. Pond, Daz. Pond. You mean like this? Another pond by the toilets? You're gonna make me act up on ponds. Like, that's a lot of ponds. Can we do like a Bob Ross kind of thing where you can build a habitat and I get to play it alongside you? Oh, that'd be... That's a really cool idea you've got there. You should definitely utilize that as well. I think you do for the most part. You actually play alongside people, don't you? Sometimes. Like your friend Ellie. Let's have a day like, chat, we're playing planetzoo. Open the game, open your zoo, and build with me. You've no way of... You've no way of confirming whether they are or not, but... Hello, Pim. How you doing? I'm not going to add a pond here. I'm going to add some more rocky areas, to be honest. Doing good. Bugs are annoying here because summertime. They're not annoying. You love them. You worship the mosquitoes. Hashtag piss pond. Make them share their screen on Discord. After the show, we could post all our polar bear habitats. I would like to see how other people do it. Oh, that was very cinematic. Like, you're thinking of making the Arctic Zoo. So I think yours will look really nice simply for the fact that it'll be all snowy, I imagine. Whereas mine is more reflective of a polar bear habitat in a warmer climate, or their natural habitat in the summer months, where those green shoots re-emerge. But like yours could be like purely like ice and snow and look really, really cool that way. I'm going to Tanzania in September. I've never met anyone who's ever been to Tanzania before. No worries, right, mate. Crazy, it is. Coral reef pictures in the Discord. I know you have. It was sarcasm. Got them. I say that. Is that a mod? Is that a mod, Gray? Because I was about to curse the unholy of curses. What the fuck is that? I was gonna slap a bitch. Were you there for a minute like... I'm well aware you've been to Tanzania. Pulling your chain, pulling your leg. I'd be cooked without it. That looks amazing all the same though. I love it. And you've just made me even more excited for Zoo 2. So thank you for that. Platonically gonna slap a bitch. Oh my god. I need Zoo 2 like yesterday. Same. It's kind of... The good is that we are eating well. Every week we are getting a blog post. If you haven't seen the recent one, by the way, I recommend reading it. It goes into some serious depth when talking about how they made aquatics. Very, very cool read. And it's a little tease as to the behaviors we'll see with our fish. So we're getting weekly like posts on the website, little blog posts. We're getting the Zoopedia reveals. We're getting the occasional feature focuses, the animal spotlights. Like, it's just non-stop. And even outside of that, we're just getting random little tidbits, like the whole zebra pattern short that they put out. We're eating well. That's the good news. The bad news is all of that stuff actually makes the wait worse. Because I just want to play it now. You know, I do. I really recommend jumping on the website, going to news at the top, and reading this. Behind the scenes, going underwater. There is some fascinating shit in here. It does mention marine mammals as well. But they talk about a lot of cool aspects. Like the fact that there are some fish that like to... Like the blacktip reef shark will like to kind of swim closer to the surface of the water in comparison to a hammerhead shark, which will be much closer to the seafloor, the aquarium floor. They had to implement a way for that as well, where they actually navigate along the floor. Sharks as well are more likely to swim around the glass as well, because they swim in circles. And they've done that for the sunfish as well. That way you get that awesome kind of like viewing experience. Yeah, there's just loads of stuff. Shoaling behavior as well. The hive mind. It's a good read. I recommend it. I do recommend. I'm hoping a nurse shark. Well, I think that silhouette is either A leopard shark or a zebra shark? Could it be a nurse shark as well? I don't know. You're thinking lemon. Lemon, lemon, lemon. Le lo le 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 le. Zebra is my guess. Personally. Not the animal. The zebra shark. It's evidently not a zebra. I just need some birds now. Well, at the end of that feature focus, they did tease birds are next. So, I'm hoping that week of Zoopedia reveals is just all birds. Okay, they're fine with that in there. I've had a fish person say it's a zebra shark. Oh, really? Yeah, it's that tail. It's very zebra shark, leopard shark to me. Some other sharks are way too more like rigid, whereas this is kind of more like a ribbon. I would love an eel as well. I think eels would be very good to have in the game. Dendra trying to self-insert into the game. What? Sea slugs? Because they look like little bunnies. Yeah, they've mentioned like people's wish lists. Or fish lists, as they called them. And it's things like fish, turtles, and marine mammals. So I'm very hopeful we get manatees. I want manatees. But they've not mentioned things like crabs, lobsters, things on the smaller end, the smaller scale. We know there's going to be jellyfish because one of the earliest screenshots was a shop called Moon Jelly. Something. I think that's very deliberate. I don't think there would be a shop in-game called that without them as an animal. They've just not revealed it yet. Do 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 do. Thank you, Davey, mate. I really appreciate it. How you doing today? Give us crab. Yeah, things like seahorses, etc. No idea what the plan is. Right, I think I just need to do the bulk now. You know what? While an ad break is playing, I'm going to go pee. So if any of you need to stretch your legs, grab a drink, pee yourselves, now's a good time. When I come back, I'm just finishing the buffalo grass. We'll get it done. And then we'll work on other plants and rocks. Okay? Have you seen the Twitch video or Twitter video of the manatee hugging a log? I think I have. You may have to send it to me in case I haven't, though. Right, be right back. Won't be long. Pee pee. I am back. Right, the plan today, by the way, is we're going to be doing this until about 2 o'clock. So exactly 2 hours from now. And then I'm going to be going through pretty much... I don't know if I have everything. Some were like builds I made that had like one animal in it. Like it wasn't... But anyway, I'm going to be doing like a history of my time streaming this game. From the very first zoo I made to my most recent one. We'll go through them. Kind of explain what my thought process was. What I've tried to improve on, etc. Manatee! There it is. Do that. They do love to hug things. He's just a baby. 1 hour? You're in the wrong time zone, mate. Right. You know, I thought that could be fun. The last time I was doing a tour like that, I never got through every zoo and 2 hours had passed. So I'm giving myself 3 hours to kind of go through my past zoo attempts. So I'm gonna see if within the 2 hours we have, I can finish this off. I should be able to. Catch you later, Davey. Have a great day, mate. And I appreciate you popping in. Yeah, there is a lot of saves, but there's also things that I streamed which no longer exist. Like when the aquatic pack came out, we streamed the makings of the king penguins and the giant otters just to kind of like test like what we could do. And there's actually a clip of that where the otter, you know, starts walking on air and running around the park. That zoo I don't think exists anymore. So yeah, not everything I've streamed planetzoo-wise will exist, but the majority do. All the parks that I've uploaded to the workshop, etc. So do 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 do. I tried finding your baby boom. Oh yeah. The clip. I have that zoo. Semi-aquatics like that, like the whole diving aspect. Obviously, we had things like hippos and crocodiles and stuff before, but the aquatic pack added diving as a mechanic, right? It was kind of buggy on release. And I had Pinewood Zoo, where the sea lion would just like navigate through the glass that contained the water, plop out the other end, fall to the floor, the concrete floor, and then just start chasing the guests. And before that, I had a giant otter habitat where the otter was swimming, doing the animation. It just went through the glass, or it was running, sorry, through the glass, and it just started running around the zoo on the air. Just like flying, essentially. There's been many a comical bug in this game. Hey, hello, Spring. How you doing? I wonder and hope if there'll be any river and pond fish in the future. Basically, yeah, probably. What was it? Freshwater, saltwater, and brackish? My zoo experience has been quite stable for the last, I want to say, like almost 2 years. But as the game was still being developed post-launch, and they were bringing out free updates and animal packs and DLCs, adding something new always broke something. That's just the way of gaming. So we had a lot of funny like glitches and bugs that would occur. The repercussions of some of them still exists. You'll see when I load Pinewood and all my deer are in the ocean. I would love that. Yeah, I don't think it's an unreasonable request. Hope you're doing well as well, Spring Blossom. I think this is one of them. Error occurred. Failed to fetch. Right, we're almost done with the grass. Grassy ass. I can't wait to break planetzoo too. Yeah, it's very... We gotta expect there will be bugs. They won't be able to find everything before launch. Hopefully they're all comical ones. Do do do. All right. Let's start building this out some more. You did good, thank you. Lurking most days because I have stream on my phone. That's all good. We love our lurkers. I really appreciate you lurking. Oh my lord, I'm back. Welcome back, Zay. Right, let's actually start with some rocks. Stupid Twitch! Can't say that on my Twitch anniversary. You can, and you did. If they have a Jesus shark, like Ark did, I'll be happy. Nothing like seeing a giant shark floating away. Oh, you better believe it. Boo, boo, boo. You better believe things like that will happen. Super Penguin! That is one of them, I believe. Welcome back, Loki. Crocodiles rubber banding so hard they stretched really long. Oh my god. Have a vertical Shark Tank pay homage to Sharknado franchise. I don't know what the welfare aspect of that would be like, but I'm pretty sure that could be done. I'm pretty sure that could be done. Let's have a look at this. The freaking penguin. Little bitch, honestly. I expect to see you build that now, Wonky. At one stage. I'm sure it could be achieved. Hell yeah. Do 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 do. Do people here actually know what they're gonna start with first? Are you gonna build just a normal habitat for a new or remastered animal, or are you gonna go straight into an aquarium build, straight into an aviary build? Do people know yet what they want to do? First. Aviary for me. I think it will be for me. I've always loved the idea of, at my zoo entrance, having a couple of small aviaries that you would typically see at a zoo. Just scattered around everywhere. So it might be aviary for me as well. I want to start with a tunnel going through a water tank that then opens up to the rest of the zoo. Nice. I like that a lot. Recreation of my local zoo. Yeah, I really need to have some kind of theme or inspiration. I don't know if I'll recreate something, but I might grab a zoo like Whipsnade or something and have that as my, like, a guiding hand. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Whipsnade is my favorite zoo, so... maybe I'll do just that. You want to make a realistic African zoo? As for the animals themselves, I'll probably create a random wheel of the animals to spin. Yeah, no, that's a good idea, letting chat pick. Obviously, we haven't seen the whole roster yet. There might be an animal where I'm like, oh, I need to build this first. If not, then yeah, I'm gonna probably do the same. Let chat decide. So I'll be like, right, we're doing an aviary. Chat, vote on which bird we're adding, or something. Knowing Twitch, I'll be like, right, we're doing an aviary. Chat, vote on which bird we're adding. Add the hammerhead shark. Chat, that's not a bird. Talked about this, chat. Hello, Pause. How you doing? And thank you very much. I'm gonna celebrate with where it all began. Rocks, baby. It is if you throw it. Oh my. How are you today, Pause? Fairness, that is pretty much what I wanted. Already decided that. Oh, it's gonna be the toucan. See, I thought that. I thought toucan first. But we, you know, we've seen so little birds. We may have, like, my favorite bird. The hyacinth macaw. Or any macaw, any parrot, you know? Or an owl. I really want owls. Or something like a condor or vulture or something, you know? There's so much potential still. We know so little about birds. So I can't guarantee the toucan would be my first. A great thank you. I'm getting sad as the final day's not ready for reality. Is Saturday your final day, or is that the day you come home? Oh yes, that famous bird. Hello Goxy, how you doing? What the hell happened to my tree? Hello. I would love owls, yeah. A snowy owl or something. Ravens for me. I saw a great egret yesterday. Yeah, I hope we get a lot of variety. Like I say, I do want things like vultures, condors, parrots, parakeets, unique things like the kookaburra, ibis, spoonbills, shoebill. There is so much variety with birds. We do have swans in this game. Them returning along with some other waterfowl like ducks and that could be quite nice. Have a duck pond. Yeah, I like that idea. A little duck pond. When we won't have Big Bird, he'll scare away the kids. Do, 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 do. Like a nice open pond with a mine in it. I hate that I get that reference. There's a story to that, chat. The children yearn for the mine. I do not yearn, for I am not a child. Right. Our old bread and butter. Bread and butter. I can either start on one end of the zoo and do a reptile house, or start on the other side of the loop with the golden eagle. I suppose you'll have to see how you feel near the time. I know you would have fun doing both, but seeing it as aviaries are the new feature, you probably would have more fun with the eagle first. I'll have to see though. We still know nothing about exhibit boxes. Building actual like reptile houses, insect houses, etc. could be really cool if they have changed. Stupid decisions. Daz no longer yearns for the mines, but rather what comes from them. The rocks. Yeah, you can keep the diamonds, the gold, and all that shit. Just give me the rocks, please. Did you see that people complain about the snake from the last update? I did, but I paid no attention. So I didn't really care, but let me have a look, because it may be justified, I don't know. It's one of those, isn't it? Okay, here's my opinion. I think it's justified. I think obviously every animal should get the remaster treatment. However, maybe exhibit animals are less of a priority than terrestrial animals. Maybe they're working in a time frame and they're focusing on some rather than others. That could definitely do with a glow up though. Do I think it's as big a deal as other people? No. To be honest, it's not worth making a mountain out of a molehill for, personally. But I do think it should get some treatment, some love. Did the other animals get Exhibit 1, sorry? Look at this dude. Yeah, it's a tough one. When you look at the standard of like this compared to that snake, it's like night and day, right? With all the little like eyelashes and shit as well. It is obvious. It is obvious. Yeah. I guess I'm just not a lover of exhibit animals in this game because I hate how restrictive they are. And if they're not restrictive in Zoo 2, I would absolutely use them more. And I would want them to look good. But as it stands, I just don't care as much as other people, I think. They're so teeny tiny as well. But yeah, no, I do think it needs some loving. Daz, try to get a GM friend for next season and get fired. Like, you're fired. I'll go for a lug. No worries, Pin, mate. Yeah, no. I think the complaints are justified. I feel like every animal should receive that treatment. I don't think it's as big a deal as some people are making out to be. Personally. But then other people are more passionate for those kinds of animals. So. For them it is justifiable. It's one of those. Have all the other exhibit animals been given a bit of a glow up? Like the leaf insect, the crested newt, the axolotl. You ask this every stream, Stella. Hopefully, for your sake, but we have no idea. We have no idea, unfortunately. I think the newt changed. Again, maybe. Maybe they just don't have time to do it all for every animal, so they've neglected some. But now that there's backlash, maybe they'll go, oh, shit, we should probably do that then. Or maybe it's an outdated picture. They did change the newt's picture on the Zoopedia to a more up-to-date one. I don't know. I don't think any have. The new textures are still a bit blurry. Would a touch pool be a good idea, though? They aren't exactly ethical. Stella's just obsessed with them, so I've got no idea on the ethics behind them. I think Whipsnade had one. I'm not sure if they do anymore. It was by the hippopotamus. Hey, Seth, how you doing? How are you? Do, 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 do. You know what we have a severe lack of, which I need to add? Some eucalyptus. I think Brighton and Eastbourne Sea Life Centres still have one. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm doing great, thank you. Today we are finishing the construction of this zoo. I still got loads of little things to add, like some special effects, lighting, security cameras. But I just finished my Lagoon Lodge. Lagoon Lodge is now finished. And I'm just sorting a little toilet area on the other side of the parking. Add some landscaping, some nature. And then, yeah, just kind of tidy up all that. And then the actual construction of the zoo is finished. And then just like little details that we need to add. Go through. However, I'm going to be doing this until about 2 o'clock. So another hour and a half. And then I'm actually going through all my zoo saves. We're doing like a little history. Seeing as today's my 6-year Twitch anniversary, we're going to go through all the zoos that we've built. See what's changed, see how we've improved, if anything. Yeah. I need to allow a couple of hours for that, because there's quite a lot of it. Do, 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 do. Have it like a petting zoo. Hand sanitize first. I'd be worried about kids with their sticky fingers. I've seen things when I worked at the zoo. People dropping phones, etc. Obviously, I know it's a game, but... There's also usually a staff member on site with touch pools, keeping an eye on things. A zoo tour? Buy me a ticket. You can get in for free. Otherwise, you got to pay the high admission costs. Right, rainbow eucalyptus. We need some of these. Sneak in through all the foliage. Wear a ghillie suit. I think you actually would. Yeah, I've not built a city zoo at all. I've loved building something that has this very planted look to it. Very planted. There you go. I forgot that I've been using them like almost everywhere. You'd never find me. The polar bear, mate. If you sneak in this way. I'm good, thank you. Nearly home. Time which is sad. That is a dinosaur. Or a turkey, I'm not really sure. Right. It's important to look at this from the polar bear's perspective. I think we need one thing like there, don't we? Probably a beach. A beach! Have a great rest of the stream. Yes, thank you, Jarek, mate. Appreciate you popping in. Have a good day, yeah? Hey, Siri. I just said, hey, Siri. I hate myself for that. Hey, Kiri. Thank you for the 6 years. You're like, I will remember this. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day so far. I may have just ruined it, so. I don't have any technology. No series about my house. That would have been funny though. Hello, Clary. Sorry, I didn't see your message before. How you doing? How have you been? How the devilly devil are you? Yeah, sorry if I've missed anything. I was so hyper-focused. But you know, hope you're doing well, Kiri. And I appreciate that so much. You doing alright, yeah? Happy anniversary, thank you. I'm glad you're alright. I'm gonna bring that branch over so I can have some leaf litter. I'm studying for my botany exam. This is the perfect stream to have open in the background. Nice. I hope you smash that exam as well. It's like so hard to tell. I'll be honest. I feel like I'm squinting. Maybe. I ate a bedtime story after this food. What'd you have? I'm currently high as a kite on the good painkillers and on antibiotics. Nothing serious, I hope. Has happened. Animal fact. Let's do it. That's why you wanted a bedtime story. The Bengal tiger. Yeah. The Bengal tiger is native to India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Western China. It can live in all kinds of environments, including grassland, forests, and mangroves, and will hunt large prey such as cloven-hoofed animals like goats, deer, and cows. The Bengal tiger can be identified by its bright orange coat and brown or black stripes, along with a large head, muscular limbs, and large teeth. Basically, they're the most powerful big cat. Hot honey chicken pepperoni. You know what? Funnily enough, the other day when I had pizza, that's what I had. Pizza Hut do a hot honey, spicy chicken, chili flakes, jalapenos, pepperoni pizza. My God, it was gorgeous. It was gorgeous. Oh! Frickin' hedge. I just broke my no pre-purchase rule. You gotta rub it, mate. You gotta for this. What exception? Get those pre-order bonuses. Get the deluxe edition. Get all that jazz. I'm making my own hot honey chicken and pepperoni in a bowl. That sounds delicious. Fresh honey with some piri-piri and some melted butter on a stove. Tiger fun fact. No two tigers have the exact same stripe patterns. A bit like zebras then. And that's actually something they've confirmed is coming to PlanetZoo too. Auto-generated, like, patterns. Every one looks distinctly unique. I'm not any more broken than I usually am. So all is well. Just maintenance. Ah, okay. Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can... It's a fair bit of scrolling now, to be honest. Here it is. Give that a watch at some stage if you haven't. The stripe patterns is something obviously they talk about for zebras, but it's the whole kind of like skin variation. I think it's going to be a lot more in depth with a lot more variety for all animals. Not just zebras. Do 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 do. Kiri's tiger fact just reminded me of it. Because tigers will probably have the same thing. Watching this stream and planetzoo 2 content on YouTube made me very hyped. Sorry. Yeah. There's a lot to be hyped for. I've been told I have to self-care for a week before they will see me. Classic British NHS. Of course they did, arseholes. Do do do. Perfect. Right. I did. The FOMO for Deluxe made me buy it. The Golden Eagle and Hammerhead are too good. I also love my monkeys. And I've been wanting a Golden Lion Tamarin for forever. That was a very easy decision for me, as well as the Hammerhead and Eagles. Yeah, well, I think this week's little Guess Who game... Well, I've guessed Zebra Shark. Or Leopard Shark. It's got that very, like, ribbon-like tail. But we've had Nursing Shark as a suggestion. Some people have also thought things like eels or squids. To me, it looks too much like a fin to be a tentacle, but, you know, we never know. Yeah, no, I think that'd be a good variety of sharks. If it is what I think it is, that's already 3. 3 sharks. All very distinct looking. That was really weird. The placement was delayed. Lovely having you here, Mr. Rob. I appreciate you. Have a good day, yeah? More sharkies. I don't think they would, because they're way too big. And I also don't know the ethical issues behind them, but... Could you imagine a whale shark? I love whale sharks. They are beautiful. I would love like an aquarium with a whale shark in it and then the spotted eagle rays joining them. Oh. It's like the set of Moana. Japan has whale sharks. Yeah, to be fair, hammerhead sharks in a zoo or aquarium is a bit... But they're there, you know? They're in the game, so... It's possible. Oh yeah, send away. Send away. Oh my god, random rotation was not on. That's actually criminal behavior. Arrest me this once. Lock me up. Threw away the key. Daz, do you remember to make sure everyone could hear you on Pause's holiday? Not today. Brighton have sharks, skates, and turtles in the big pool. Ooh, that might be good inspiration. Big shark tank. Ooh-ah. If they don't put Tiger Shark in the base game, I think it'll be an Aussie DLC. Tiger Shark could be interesting. Could be quite cool. Sent. You know, I've not ruined her breakfast today. With the sunfish as well, the mola mola. That looks like a juvenile whale shark. You've also got what looks like the zebra shark on the bottom. Like resting on the floor. They look so beautiful. I love them. I'd never want to be in the ocean with them, or anything for that matter, because of my fear, but... Oh, shit! They have dolphins? Wait, there might not be a dolphin. It might be like a porpoise. Same family. I think it's a dolphin, though. I've made that mistake. I was telling Val about that yesterday because she has like severe secondhand embarrassment syndrome. If something embarrassing happens in public and it's not even like someone she knows, she just feels odd. She feels like, oh my god, the earth is gonna swallow me up. So I told her about what I did, and she was like, how could you? I was like, funny, innit? Do 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 do. Right, let's add some willows. When I watch Daz on my TV, the wife always says, why is he screaming again? No one knows. The great mystery. Do 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 do. What's happened, Dracus? How dare you let this man get to 6 years, you bastards. That's what he's really saying. It's a bit of a buggy mess today, is it? What's it doing? Message failed to send. Just don't fail then. Easy. Why you're clearly responding as well. Do-do-do-do-do. We have some insects. Give us some little flower beds. Hey, Geister. I really appreciate that. Thank you. My nearby zoo has only the black tip reef shark in the large aquarium. It also has a tunnel like in the trailer. The black tip reef shark is my favorite shark. I've loved them from the Zoo Tycoon 2 days. Hey, Seribot got someone. Twitch is having a fit today. Of course they picked today to have a fit. Of course. Seribot, not Siri like you. Yeah, I did. And that looked like a young whale shark as well. And they're still humongous. Well, in an hour's time, I want to do our little tour through Planet Zoo history. And I'm hoping Twitch is behaving a bit better by then. Diddly-doo-doo-doo. Right. Get me some leaf litter. I was jealous he got to go to Japan without me. And then even worse, sorry, when I saw those pictures, because I love sea life. I have a very love-hate relationship with sea life. I love sea life. Love, love, love them. I'm fascinated by them. I could watch it for hours, right? I just don't want to be in there with them. I respect them. You have your home. I've got mine. Just we don't need to high five, you know? FY Red Bull Cherry Edition is Red Bull? Spit that out at once. High five a Leviathan. I'd rather not go through that again. All right. Boop. I want to do something about this. Maybe a terrain brush will do the trickaroo. Maybe some like make it a little rocky, maybe. Like around the path. Oh, I know what I could add there. And it actually complements what I'm doing now. Oh, we're gonna do a two-hand here. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's mainly these. I'm gonna sink some faux rock pebbles into those little gaps. I think this is a nice way of just highlighting the path a bit more. Just having that little bit that pokes out. Do 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 do. That was odd. Twitch went offline for me. Wouldn't load anything. Yeah, apparently Twitch is misbehaving today. Happy 6th year anniversary! Oh, they've made it one to remember. By having issues. Great. Thanks. I've sent you more. Cool. I'll check them out later. Weirdly, I've not had anything happen on my side. Despite Twitch being silly buggers. Usually when they do that, I see something through OBS as well. Hello, Luke. Thank you very much, mate. Good timing as well, because I think I've just finished. I've got some other things to add in the zoo. Lighting, security cams, some special effects here and there. But I believe I've now just finished the construction. How are you today? Yeah, so this is our toilet area. We have that chain fence again. And then we got a bit of a rocky natural scene back here. And then we have a toilet before you enter the zoo, as highly requested by one individual. Looks nice though.
It's Pikachu! It's Clefairy!
Sassy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I really do appreciate that. So we have our toilet over here. And then I finished the lodge. Lagoon Lodge. I've opened the gate. The gate is open. The scene is set. And if we go into our NVIDIA, there's no room anymore, mate. Literally. We can go through and add some little details we think we're missing. But I have just run out of room. The room has been filled. The canvas has been painted upon. Demolish everything, expand. Stop it. You may be a shareholder and co-owner. Stop it. You know, I'm really happy with this, how it's turned out. That's what it looks like now. My slice of the pie. Yeah, no, I definitely need to add security cameras because I'm still getting a lot of vandalism. And I want to make this place look nice at night as well. Seeing as we have an actual... Before I was like, the zoo's not open at night. Why would I even bother? We have purpose and reason now. Even though it's not Planet Zoo 2 lighting, I still should do it, so... Ba-dee-bee. Hey, Dragon! Thank you very much, mate. How are you today? Look at that space to grow. None of that exists. What do you mean? Yeah, you're imagining things. It's fine. I don't judge much. You're doing good, yeah? Glad to hear it. You're judge worthy, though. Let's not act like you're not. Do 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 do. What we are going to do today, Luke, is at 2 o'clock, I'm going to finish what I'm doing, and I'm actually going to do a tour of everything I still have in regards to planetzoo. 6th-year anniversary. It started with zoo. Let's go through everything I built. Kind of show what we started with, what the thought process was, and eventually get to where we are now. See how far we've come. The 60th anniversary of planetzoo. Oh, this. Okay, that is all grouped. Nice. Okay. Boo, 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 boo. I'm off to get my rental car. If anything goes goes smooth. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be back before stream ends. If not, have a good one. No worries, mate. Sorry, I had to rejiggle my brain cells then. Jiggle, 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 jiggle. I do want to add toilet signs to the other signposts that we have. That looks quite nice, though. Hold on. Explore. Just a little toilet nestled away over here. Got some leaves coming in. Some leaf litter on the ground. Yeah, I think that fits in quite well. This is the star attraction. Forget the animals. Lagoon Lodge. Through the fancy fence we made. Do, do. Got our pond over here. We have our toilets and showers. And then we have our little camping site. We have our lodges. Got ourselves a fire pit as well. Yeah, I think it turned out well. Eventually, I will go through the whole zoo in this first-person mode. And if anything looks off or is missing, we can point it out. Right. I'm very happy with that. That's one thing I can tick off. But we have many more things still to do. Four, to be exact. We need to add lighting to the entire zoo. Add some special effects where appropriate. Add security cameras and add some toilet signs to the existing sign posts. It's that time again when my signal kicks out. Have a great stream. No worries, Grey, mate. Appreciate you popping in. Have a good day. Right. Security cameras. Got a heat map for that. Because that bench is right, oh my god, right between it. They've not vandalized it. This is what I mean. Do I have to have these everywhere? To be fair, that bin... Oh no, it's not in one. That's a security guard. I was going to say that bin's in one. But it's a wanderer. I wish I didn't have to add as many as I'm going to need to, because I think it might look ugly. But we'll see. Here's what they look like. And realistically, everywhere there's a bin, a bench, a display board, a shop, whatever it may be, we need one of these. Do. What we all up to anyway? What we all doing? Hello, Eridan. How are you? It might not be that bad. Their radius is pretty large. I just slaughtered my local fly population. Oh my god. I'm slowly waking up. I have to make a keto-friendly taco casserole before I meet up with friends later. Hey, at least it's not working. That's a start. Oh yeah, you're studying for the exam. I hope that's going well. Do. Still working on my science center / airport. I do like that you just have a massive airport, like. I hope this makes a difference and it's not all for nothing. They do add a nice zoo-like detail, I suppose, but the amount I have to add is a little jarring. Albert sang you a birthday song. That's very kind of him. Do, 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 do. We're gonna need some security cameras at our lodgings. We're gonna need them everywhere, I'll be honest. Can you see how intimidating that is? Everywhere the guests can wander. Thankfully, they don't stick out as bad as I thought they would, so... Do, 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 do. No comment. It's more a case of they will vandalize otherwise. Which is crazy, actually. Like, is that realistic? Honestly? I don't need them everywhere here. It's just where the benches and the bins and the displays are. Iridin! Don't give away all my secrets, please. I have a bench there and a bench there. So yeah, we're gonna need 4. Oh. Oh my. Okay. Is that a feet cam for Dragon? We don't actually need power over here. However, can my OCD handle the fact that it's the only thing without power? Look! That's a good idea, actually. I don't regret a thing because it never happened. What do you mean? You okay? Wake up. Yeah, no, that's a fantastic idea. I just worried about the power now. Oh, wait a minute. I could hide a transformer. Not Optimus Prime. The actual utility thing. I could hide it within a lodge, couldn't I? Hopefully. Megatron. You would never know. Except for when the mechanic walks through the void. And I can keep that negative impact off of the actual plaza. Good luck with the get. Hey, they're not actually sleeping here. This is all for show. There we go. You think guests actually used it? It's the short straw of bringing a family here. You have to sleep next to the loud generator. It's only business. Wait, what work zone do I have? Oh, the lodges. Duh. I should put them in there, actually. And then entrance front. Take them out. Right. Everything is nicely powered now. So let's try and see if we can make a good light camera combination. Combination. That worked surprisingly well. A new way of hiding things. Let's give it a save. Wonder how many people remember those series? What? Transformers? More than you think. We wouldn't even need to use this one. We could use this one. The wall-mounted one. What is a good generic light? The thing is, the lights in this game don't actually give off much light. So I'm so looking forward to Planet Zoo 2 for that. We're doing lighting, Warlock! At long last. At long last. The thing is... Hello, by the way. That's how much light they give off. That. Crud. 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 I'm only going to have them where they make sense, though. Where there's benches, where there's signs, where there's, like, buildings that people can actually, like, go into. I'm not going to have them everywhere. I'm trying to think of a good one. Want some tips? Sure. Hello, hello. I think that one's pretty nice. Classic. And then... Look how big the camera is. What the hell? Right. We may have to do something... Either New World lights. Oh, these ones. You know what? That actually could be what we need. Because it's got that wider, flatter surface. Oh, these ones. These ones are pretty nice. I think Warlock's onto something. He has helped me. Maybe. We'll see. Or... Hold. You've got to done it, sir. You've allowed me to combine a light and a camera. Which is what we wanted. I'm not worthy. Right, obviously I don't want the light. Should have it on that side, maybe? That looks odd having it on one side, not the other, though. I don't want it at the front because the light will just hit the camera. What does it look back here? Yes. Yes, yes. Clip it! Oh, look how perfect that... There we have it, boys. I can't recolor them. Or that, for that matter. Not a great deal, but I just want it there for the realistic element more than anything. Compared to the lighting we have in Jurassic and the lighting we get in a Zoo 2, the lighting in this is ass, I'll be honest. It's good enough what I need, I think. Plus, it's just realistic to have some, right? Yeah, that one will work. Luke had the idea of combining the camera with the lighting. 2 birds, 1 stone, and you don't have these ugly camera poles everywhere. And using the light that you've recommended, we can better hide them. And they will still give off a big security radius. Like so. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you, boys. Yeah, see, I think it makes sense to light up a bin and a bench, for instance. And then another bin. Probably here as well. Could also do what I did with the path lights, but in the bushes. Yeah, could do. We could definitely trial and error some things. Yeah, I think your idea will be good for that, actually. I don't want a big old post there. Do 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 do. We can have some wall lights on there. I basically need to go through the whole zoo and just see like what needs lighting up. But I'm trying to make use of the cameras at the moment. It's how we started, but then Luke had the genius idea of combining the two. Because the big camera, security camera poles, they are hideous. Ugly. I'm proud of you. Back on Zoo, helping me with ideas. I've waited 6 years for this moment. Actually, have I known you 6 years? I feel like I have. Stick the light in the bin. Like the pole of the light. How would that function from a they need to empty it perspective though? You'd have to scoop out the cans. Do 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 do. Aesthetically, it looked cool, but practically, I don't think it's gonna work. Right, let's take angle snap off. To be honest, should I have these like on the path? Lined up with the middle. Or next to the bin, each bin. Let's check at nighttime again. Yeah, that'd have to be very close. But we could use another light. In fact, yeah, I'm thinking of lighting too much. I need to think security. I'm trying to think security first. I think for benches like that, we could add like a smaller light on the table even, or like in the middle where you have the umbrella. Let's just think security first. And guests like to vandalize bins, benches, and educational displays. And occasionally, apparently, pickpocket people as well. So I need to make sure all the benches in the bins, etc., displays in the game are within a blue radius. Do 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 do. Hellos. I'm back. Chat. Now let's watch carefully and not alert the Dazzler kiss in his natural habitat. Look as he plays with his wood open. There's no wood. It's a light pole in the world. Some reports say besides wood, he enjoys playing with his rocks the majority of the time. This nature report was brought to you by Ooze Broadcasting. May it be the last time. Welcome back, Ooze, mate. How's your day going? Right, this is technically the last one we need here. We don't need one here and here. Like, it's literally where there's bins, benches, and things they can destroy, essentially. We'll come back to lighting as a whole once I've done this. This will just, like, two birds, one stone. But like Warlock mentioned, some of the staff light, like the path lighting, sorry, is pretty good to have. Especially where we've got, like, signs, like the stay out the water or stay off the grass or whatever. So yeah, we'll come back to lighting. Let's just get these cameras in. What time is it actually? In about 15 minutes, I'm going to put a pin in this. And we'll do the tour. Dude, stay on the water, yeah. Especially at night, after some bevies. Look. Let's get him. What could go wrong? When did Ooze become David Attenborough? Always have been. I'm sure you'd love that. Yeah, I'd love a lawsuit. There's benches over here. I wish I could highlight the benches in this. Hold on, vandalized objects. No. I didn't have angle snap on. You bastard! It's not the first time. Who's has done this before? True Warlock is a wandering zookeeper, follows the pandas. I mean, absolutely almost all of the pandas in our Jingle Jam build were named after Warlock in some way, so... As they should be. I'm worried about the coach fucking smacking into that. I feel like the week the Zoopedia finally reveals pandas, you're gonna lose your shit. In the best of ways. That's what I'll pre-order it. I love that. I respect that. Right, I'm gonna be right back quick because I need the loo. I do not care for these reserves you're adding, all these aquariums and aviaries that you've built from the ground up. I want the same animal back, thank you. Again, I respect it. I would be shocked if pandas weren't in the base game. It just wouldn't feel like a zoo game. So, yeah. Right, be right back. I won't be long. I just love you, and I miss you. Ah. Right, I'm back. Hello, Jabba. Do love reading Ooz's quips. Yeah, that keeps happening recently. Like, I don't know when the ad breaks are coming in. I nip to the loo. I come back and it says ad break starting soon. I'm like, great. I haven't got like a countdown of when they're happening. Just my luck. Don't worry, we're not doing anything special yet. After the ad break, we will be. Sounds like a skilly bitch. Yeah, I said it. There might be a bot which does one. Well, Seribot gives a warning ahead of time. In fairness to it. But not like 20 minutes before, you know? Do 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 do. Oh, right above the signs, some lighting. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Again, I'm only worried about the cameras for now. To stop this vandalism. And then we could worry about actual good looking lighting afterwards. That isn't a bush. Concerning. We love bush. We know you do. Little fiend. Okay. See, funnily enough, I have lighting there already. I'm actually going to get rid of that entirely. We have better.
No, 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 no. Wait.
Yep. No. Yep.
Wait.
Nope. Yep. Scott Jeff. Sorry. How you doing, mate? It's gotta go. I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear it, mate. What has Ooze made? What the fuck? Oozes anything but not creative, you know? He's a storyteller. You up to much, mate? Or just chilling? That tree may need to finagle its way away. I'm doing some raid stuff for next patch. Ooh. You getting all the documents and things ready? The little everyone tell me what you're doing. The last boss has a banger soundtrack again. I don't know. I've never understood how people play WoW without any music or sound at all. The music of WoW is the most consistently good thing about WoW. Whether an expansion falls short is shit, a patch is dog garbo, rushed buggy nonsense. Music is always top notch. Deaf people exist. Not who I was talking about though, is it? There's people in our raid group who deliberately turn it off, and I'm just like, how do you do this? What's the temperature looking like for tomorrow? $29. But after my blood-boiling rage of Donkey Kong, probably 39. Right. It is 2 o'clock. I promised we would shift what we do on Planet Zoo. Plus, we finished the construction now, which is awesome. We just got to get those security cameras where they should be. Then the lighting, and then some other finer details. I would say it's hard to put a time on it. 1 more week, maybe 2 at most, and this project is done. I could save it, I could workshop it. But it's hard because you never know how long things take. But we're going to leave that alone for now because we are going to do a tour. I got asked ahead of today, to show what we were doing at the start of my 6 years on Planet Zoo and gradually go through it all. I have auditory processing issues, so I can't hear background music most of the time. Aww. I'd hate that. I actually would. So I feel for you on that. I get upset when a lot of games don't have background music. So being able to not hear it, I'd be pretty peed off. Random comment, but even though I love crabs, pandas, and seagulls, my spirit animal is probably a toad. That was random. You wouldn't be you if you weren't random, you know? Right, we're gonna start from the beginning. Put that away now. But now when you see a toad, you'll be like, yeah, that's Ooze. I already did. Whenever I see a crab, I always say to chat, no one tell Ooze. You know what I could do, actually? Would this be easier? Nah, I'll find them all. Don't worry. Right, our first zoo is a bit of a mess. But the whole purpose of these kinds of tours is so people realize with enough practice you can do better things. Like, even now I feel like I could do way better than I am. It's like when we see a gibbon or a deer. That's just Daz, or a rat for Nadia. Exactly. It's exactly that. Or a capybara. That's a big example, that one. Right. This was my very first park. Yeah, you could definitely tell. Very much went into this like it was Zoo Tycoon. I used a lot of... Oh my Christ, what is that? I don't recognize this. It's hideous. Ah! Get back in there, you. Yeah, I used a lot of prefabs. I used what the game provided, which there's nothing wrong with, FYI. Everything was on the grid. Everything was on the grid. Made things easier to build with, in fairness. And all my habitats were in these square or rectangular basic ass barriers. I did put trees. No rhythm. No plan. Just I plopped them everywhere. Just absolutely everywhere. Regardless of what it looked like. I was quite proud of this at the time, though. Now that I look at it, though, the structural, like, integrity of that is very concerning to me. But at the time, back in 2019, I was like, that's pretty cool.
Who's that Pokemon? It's Pikachu! It's Clefairy!
Ebo, is it Ebo? Ibo? Nikana, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. Then we have our tigers who escape. Taking a big dookie currently. Yeah, same thing. Are you about to do what I think you're gonna do? Are you gonna hop over that? Yeah, shelter, I didn't make any of this. Plopped it down. Enrichment, plopped it. It's worse than I thought. Also, what the hell am I doing? I'm ashamed. I'm appalled. Shut it down. What else do we have? We had... I was pretty happy with this. Again, I made this horrendous concrete barrier. But I was pretty proud of the fact that I made like a den for these wolves. But look how awful it looks like. Hello there, hope you're doing well. I was pretty proud of that. Yeah, it's how I build my zoos now. Nothing wrong with that. I have been playing for almost 3,000 hours. Almost 7 years, 6.5 years about, roughly. Maybe a little longer. Streaming it for 6 as of today. So I'm just showing people like what I started doing and kind of my frustration with it. Seeing what other people built. Thinking, oh, I could never do that. And then I kind of snapped out of it and thought, I'm going to teach myself. I'm going to do better. Do my own thing with it. So. I did a lot of elevated platforms apparently here. What the frick is that? I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna critique and flame my own decisions. From 7 years ago, almost. What is that? What is this? Garbage. You know, I had a big, like... I liked the elevation back then. I don't know what happened. And then I built a giraffe and zebra habitat. Where the giraffe could get up here. Realistically, that's a bit of a silly height because... That's kind of crotch height, I've just realized. I don't want that tongue anywhere near that. Thank you. And yeah, this, like... You know what I mean? I added a few rocks. I wasn't quite mad for them at this stage. You built this garbage. I wasn't quite mad for rocks at this stage. But I did think to add some. Again, this whole elevated thing going on. And then I had gorillas. I was pretty proud of this, to be fair. Even though it's really inconsistent. But I built this for the gorilla. Gorilla. But yeah, no, there's not much to see here. This was my very first zoo. I went straight into franchise after doing like 2 missions of the campaign. And I thought, I just need to play around. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. But, yeah, no, there's a lot here that I feel disgusted by. So yeah, that's where I began. But I'll take you straight into the next one. The names. This wasn't one I streamed. None of you named any of these. The Australia Zoo is the first one I streamed. Which is next, actually. On the little conveyor belt. I think it's this one. That's a lot of sitting. Yeah, that's the zoo I made when I first got the game. I wasn't streaming at that point. I was doing some YouTube stuff, but not streaming. Then I made this. So it started off as an Australian zoo. That's like the one and only time I've added a ride as well. Yeah, I did better. I started to learn the value of rocks. And I built this sunken little kangaroo build. Purely albino, by the way. I was making a killing conservation point-wise off of these. Again, I made everything very narrow, though, you know? I still kind of do at times. And then we have this elevated... Again, elevation. I did loads of it back then. Elevated restaurant. Well, not really a restaurant, you know what I mean? But it was a lookout into the salties. Saltwater crocodile. Again, I was still learning rocks, so even this kind of bothers me a little bit. It's not the worst. But I stepped away from using a lot of the prefab stuff, and I was trying to build my own. This was actually my first attempt at underwater viewing as well. Again, didn't really put much effort into like tunneling out the area. But I put effort into this slightly. Underwater viewing. Education. I gave Druid and Warrior as my two potentials to Jeff. Nice. The rides are hard to make look like they belong. Yeah, that's what I felt. I tried to give this one purpose, but... and then we carry on. And then we have the koala. I was pretty happy with this at the time. So I was using the in-game barrier. But I was playing with, like, how they can curve and slope. And what I did was I made it a walkthrough, but I separated it. So on this side, I had some enrichment. And then on this side, I had their feeders, their eucalyptus tree feeders, as well as their water over here. And I created this, like, walkway over the top. It was very glitchy, though, and usually the koalas would just fall through and land on the guest path. That one's decided not to walk through it and just over it, so. Better than my first underground view. Hey, we all start somewhere. But yeah, that was my koala. And then I made an area for people to sit in. I didn't make any of the buildings. These are all, like, prefabbed. As part of the Australia DLC. Over here, kind of parallel to the koala, I did the same thing, but for the cassowary. Danger Burb. Whose babies look like little walking watermelons. So we have the cassowary. Deadliest bird. Job bears are real. And this is actually where I had my first, like, ride. Like the station. Oh no, something else has got out. A dingo, apparently. Yeah, this is my dingo. Again, I'm experimenting with rocks. That kind of sunken habitat vibe. And then I kind of tried to replicate what I did with the grey wolves in the last zoo. But for the dingo. I provide a bit of a skylight as well. But again, all of this was rough around the edges. I tried to make it look nice. I didn't really know how to at the time. Little did I know it was rocks the entire time. Anyone remember Phoenix Fiver? He was a viewer who supported me a great deal. He gave a lot of like gifties to the community. He was very generous. So to commemorate that, I made the education center for him. And in here we put some little terrariums, education, boards, and then you go up the stairs and you have that similar layout replicated. More little terrariums, exhibit boxes with some education. As you can see though, I just placed them. I didn't put any effort into making them my own. And to be honest, that's where Australia ended. I didn't know what to do after that, so I then decided to lean into Asia. And the best habitat in this zoo is actually one Warlock will love. I don't know if he's ever seen it or not before. Panda Palace. They're all running and screaming. So you come in, we got our little red panda scenery. Now these were a bit of a bugger. This was before I realized that pieces had the climbing property. So I was making a lot of my frames using wooden pieces, and the pandas on the other side were climbing up them and then just like glitching out. But yeah, I managed to fix that. And then I have this like elevated area up here for guests to look at the pandas. This is their habitat. Got loads of red pandas in here. Again, these are all just like the prefab building, climbing structures, sorry. I didn't make my own or anything. But I tried to do better with foliage. And then outside, I was pretty happy with this. I had like a bridge, a moat. This is when I discovered the red pandas are incredibly shy, and people even being this close to them pissed them off. But no, it took a long time to do all the fencing and everything. Over here, I have the Chinese pangolin. So this is the exterior dome. So you can look through here. And you got pangolins. However, we had a mine. So you would come down this mine, which I tried to put realism with. Structural supports, lighting, all that stuff. And you get the underground view of them. Underground pangolin. With roots from the trees above. Follow it around. Again, very rough kind of walkway. Very rough. Follow this along though, and you get to this, which I was very proud of at the time. Komodo dragon. So this is literally a viewing thing right in the middle of their habitat that you access from underground. And the Komodos do not know the people are there. Again, I was putting more effort into rock work, planting. I wasn't making my own barriers or anything at this point yet. So that's that. But the main thing was I tried to theme the whole area. So the toilets. And then I literally built the Great Wall. My interpretation of the Great Wall. So we have the wall. On the bottom, I hollowed out the bottom and put some shops in there. Staff can go through here as well. And in there. And again, more kind of shops here. However, this whole palace, right in the center, was Warlock's favorite. The actual panda. Taking a poop. And what I did was all along the wall, I had these kind of like garrison stations. I don't know what they're called. And I'd put some like education in here. A way of looking out. And like as you keep going around, you just had more like ways to look out. Although this one is terrible. They are, honestly, Warlock. So yeah, I tried to theme this out like that. Even had a little water wheel for the pandas. Don't know why. Just felt right. And eventually you come to this area, which is like a market area. So you walk through here and like you've got all these shops. As you walk through. On the outside and on the in. But behind it, we have our orangutan. That is... But... So yeah, I was pretty happy with this. They can get out now. At the time they couldn't, but hitboxes were updated after that, so... Yeah. This is the orangutan enclosure. I basically... Where I'd copied the Grey Wolf inspiration for that den, for the dingo, I copied what I did for the gorilla, but for these. So I had this like walkway all above. For the orangutan. But it didn't end there. I wanted to do some landscaping, and it's very rough. This is a zoo I'd go to. It's very rough. But what I attempted to do was hollow out the mountain and then have these windows on the side for the orangutans to sleep in. And then we had a station for the gondola. The first station was at the Australia section. We have a waterfall. So you look out and there's a waterfall. I think that was my first time making one, actually. And then, yeah, you just come through and there's, again, another glass viewing window. But as you can see, it was very, very rough. That's how the staff got in as well, down there. So that's pretty much it. Although I did attempt before I finished this to build for the elephants. But I had no idea what to do. This is actually the point where I was like, I have so much just ground like that, and I have no idea how to fill it. And I just lost inspiration. So, hey Benkan, how you doing, mate? Are the walkways prefab? The walkways? Well, these... No worries, Vulcan, mate. Oh, these? No, I made these. It uses some of those pieces, but I made these. Yeah, no worries, Vulcan, mate. Catch you later. Hope you're doing well, Benken, as well, mate. So yeah, that was the next zoo. What was after that one? We did some stuff with the South America DLC, but I don't know if I have that zoo anymore. I think the next on the list for what we have was this one. This is the next stage. So yeah, as you can see, that one was a bit better. Still rough around the edges. But I started using rocks more. Trying to make things more thematic. Have more kind of purpose. This was next. This one. I do a little bit better again here. Yeah. This was fun to make. I made my first, like, monkey island. Very, very tropical, very mangrovey. We just got the waterfall pieces as well. Not the special effects, the ones you actually, like, plop down. And I made this whole connecting system for the, at the time, proboscis monkey. But I have lemurs in there now. So I built this monkey temple. I used some of the South America pieces, actually, for this. Tried to add some details. And then, yeah, we had some displays. I put an exhibit into the wall. I didn't make them. Any custom signs that you see before the park that we've been doing this year, I got off the workshop. I didn't know how to do them. They looked amazing. So I downloaded other people's. I didn't make any of that. I'm in awe about how much quicker your zoos load than mine. My PC's cooked. The waffle pieces saved my sanity. I'm rubbish at using the effects. Yeah, the pieces are good. And then you could just cover the sides with rocks. And then, yeah, this is the indoor part of their habitat. And then I made their arboreal feeder here. Here they are, all chilling. Having a nom-nom. I had to do it there because the keepers have to get to it. So it couldn't be on the islands. And then, yeah, I just connected everything up with logs. I started making my own climbing frames. Using vines, ropes. And I was pretty proud of that. And then we were making our own shops as well. Less prefab. Kind of more using the space. Aquatic pack came out. So we have the fake rock as well. Started using that. I even hid the toilet behind that shop as well. Using the fake rocks. Make it look like one piece. Then over here... Well, we have this whole kind of like plaza, essentially. And sunken down, we have the Babirusa. And again, I used those waterfall pieces that Soph's on about. As well as a lot of rock, a lot of vine, a lot of root. You could see that I get better at detailing at this point. When it comes to rocks and nature. And then over here, now this is a combination of things. This is where I started to take apart people's creations. So I wanted to make an aviary styled habitat for the clouded leopard. So I used the mesh fence for the rectangle. But I had no idea how to do the roof. So I found on the workshop that someone did this. Not quite like this, but they did it like this. And I took it apart. I saw how they did it. I kept a cross section. I changed some elements. And then I put it together like Lego. And I made the roof. I can't remember what it was. It's the African bunting rope. Yeah. So yeah, I made that. Again, after dissecting what other people had put together and put on the workshop. And then I made this very natural space for the leopards. All the climbing frames, again. Started to step away from all the placing of prefab ones. Started to make my own. Again, they're still kind of rough. Everything's clipping. I just wanted to make sure it worked more than like looked realistic. And here they are. Here's a clouded leopard. This I was pretty proud of. I think I actually blueprinted this at one point. Again, fake rock. Made a big rock wall. More waterfalls. Waterfall crazy. And then I made their indoor habitat. Indoor space, sorry, their shelter. And this is how the guests got to it. I was pretty happy with that as well. I used to make a lot of custom signs like that. And then you come through here. And you got to see the clouded leopard in their shelter. And you got some like little plaza elements here. So that is that section. And then this is where I decided to start trying free roam. So I made a guest area that doubled up as a peacock habitat. Rather than the whole zoo be traversable, I made this area. This took frickin' forever, by the way. I remember building this on stream. The aquatic faux rock block. Literally stacking them like bricks. All the way around. Again, I experimented more with like elevation. I wasn't building flat zoos. But yeah, no. Guest walk through here. The peafowl have their little private areas over here. Get away from the guests. And then they could just wander. Sometimes even get them in here. It is the dirt. It's the tree bark path. Is it? No, this was natural. Yeah, I used natural path, and then this specific biome has that soil. That kind of like wood chip soil. So that was all natural path, which is basically null path. It looks like the texture you put below it. Then from there, we follow along. And this was my first attempt at something I literally posted last night. The grey seal. So this was the indoor viewing area. And then this is what I made. Back then, I wasn't even like thinking like elements like having like, I keep saying like, concrete, lining, all that stuff. Wasn't bothered. All natural. Hello, Val. How you doing? So yeah, lots of moss. things growing off the moss. I even built them a pier. Stuck a lighthouse on it. Again, more waterfalls. Val, thank you for the 150 stream streak. I really appreciate that. How are you today? I'm just giving the tour through all my zoos. The 6 years of streaming. Seal Cove, I called it. I had to name everything back then as well. Monkey Temple, Clouded Canopy, Seal Cove. I don't really do any of that anymore. Nothing wrong with it, but yeah. And yeah, I start using rocks a lot more at this point. And then the Africa pack came out. I built this on stream, I remember, as a small little African section. Yeah. It started off with meerkats, I believe. Yeah, I was pretty happy with this as well. You can clearly see I'm obsessed with rocks at this point. I wasn't in the other two zoos. We finished constructing our like zoo, the marine zoo. There is still a lot to add to it, like security cameras, lighting, but we finished constructing everything we needed to for that, and now I'm doing a tour of like everything we built in zoo on stream over the last 6 years. I was saying the last two zoos, I barely had any rocks. I got a bit better in the last one, the Australia one. But yeah, I get a lot better. Obsessed with waterfalls everywhere. This is the indoor habitat as well. This was the famed killer, I believe. We'll come back to them. So here were my first penguins. I was really happy with this. African penguins. Not the baby boom ones. These are different. But I started making my own custom barriers. I didn't disable climbing at that point. I didn't learn about that for a while. But yeah, this is our penguin habitat. I started using more of the fake rock here as well. And I built them this like little shelter in here. Kind of realistic to what you see IRL. The famed penguin incident. We're going to get to that. Gradually. Yeah, I didn't group anything. I didn't disable climbing. Yeah, that still happens to this day. We'll come back. Actually, no, I'll do it now. Back here. I was very, very proud of this at the time. I am not confident with buildings. And I certainly wasn't back then. But I made this, which is... It's a bit rough. But for the time, I was very proud of it. The penguin pool. Lighting this whole place up took forever. But it felt worth it. It felt worth it. And yeah, grab your snackies. I built these little covers for the shops as well. Toilets. You could come up here. to a little balcony and look out at the penguins. However, much like the grey seal, I built this. So you come down here. And this is my underwater view. All good, Jabba, mate. Enjoy your nap. And then, yeah, the underwater, again. Lots of moss. Things growing off of it. Terrain pushing back and whatnot. I didn't build, like, liners and stuff. Nothing like that. But yeah. That was the penguins. This was, again, you can see my obsession with rocks at this point. This was the rhino. I tried to go for a more... not flat. Very bumpy, very hilly. Lots of elevation in this zoo. Started doing double barrier as well. Not that funny, mate. Thank you, Sandwich. How you doing? How you doing? Pretty darn funny. Yeah, I made double barriers, slopes, and then I built this for the rhinos. Big old shade structure over here. This I downloaded off the workshop. I didn't make this. I saw it and was like, ooh. Thank you very much, Sandwich. For the last 45 minutes. At around about 2 o'clock, we finished up the other zoo. I'm in the process of adding security cameras, lights, and little details throughout the zoo, but we finished, like, construction. It's all done. So, I'm on zoo number 3 of the tour. See, that was the rhinos. And then finally, what ended up killing this zoo and birthing a meme was the fennec fox. It started off well. I made my own custom barrier again. I was obsessed with null barrier at this point. That has no structural integrity at all, but I thought it looked cool. And then, yeah, we have the fennec fox in here. And they could go through this tunnel. I tried to do a lot with rocks. Tunnels. But obviously it's still very rough around the edges in a lot of places. After the fennec fox, because it was a complete habitat, I ended up finishing this zoo.
I like that boulder. That is a nice boulder.
That one was done to me. What came next? Pinewood. The modified ones kind of make everything out of order. Do 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 do. They do kind of make it all out of order. It's probably Pinewood, wasn't it? I don't know if you named anything in this zoo. I don't think anyone... Oh no, we did. We just didn't like put the asterisks. So we got like Captain Wiggles, Brunelda, Chat's rights the second. Chat has no rights. Chris P. Bacon. Daz's little pog champ. Yeah, there were some names in here. But it's hard to actually like pinpoint them out. Right, the next zoo. The one that we got the closest to actually finishing a zoo on. Dinkelberg egg. Those were yours, were they? Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think it was this zoo where I start actually adding the asterisks. I think. I think. Take a shot every time he says rough around the edges. I'd be drunk by now. So much of it was. This one takes the time. It's time to load. Like I say, there were some zoos which I just don't have anymore that we did on stream. Such as we had a zoo that was like a little bit South American. We had the llama, we had the capuchin monkey. We had other things as well, like elephants and Arctic wolves. Those I don't think I have anymore. I'm just going through the ones that I kept. So this is Pinewood. Compare this to the first one I showed you. Car park. Car park was half and half. Downloaded it off the workshop, altered it. Made it kind of my own. But the kind of base on how to do it, I downloaded and then I altered. So yeah, built a car park. This is where you started watching. Can I check the animals now? This is where I started the asterisks. I thought so. Flat Fuck Friday, Pickles, Montgomery, Madman, Dakota, Draley, Percy, Sugma Nuts, Fenrir, Iris, Shitbag, Terran Gorefiend, First Death Knight, Demon Baby, Harry Houdini, he's very famous here. Bastet, I know who named that one. Biscuit, Tootel, Maple Battle, Khan the Conqueror, Big Nuts Bob, Billy Bob. Yeah, like this is where everyone started naming stuff. Right, so yeah. This was the best zoo entrance I'd made up to this point. I even started like using the signs more, the editable ones, to reflect the actual in-game price to get into this zoo, which was expensive, to be honest. Made a little entrance plaza, little ticket booth. I put more effort into the zoo aspect, I think. Not just the habitats. And then we come through here. We have our gift shop. All the displays are empty at the moment. A lot of this was off the workshop as well. Bye boy! It's nice to know always what I've named. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of this was taken off the workshop. This is before they added the souvenir shop to the game as something you could actually place down. Yeah. And then here we start our journey. So this was our beaver habitat. This is very symbolic. This was the first DLC where I got exclusive early access to a DLC from Frontier. This is where I started working with them. This park. We have the beaver plushie up there. Yeah. Beaver habitat. I made these little underwater viewing, what would you call that? Canopies. There's a beaver now going mental with it. A dam. Well, an attempt at a dam. It's not really a dam, but again, kind of inspired by the workshop, but then I added loads of plants to it. And yeah. They have their little wood gnawing enrichment in the middle. Gotta have that with the beaver. And I made it just a circular thing, viewing on both ends. And then again, I just went nuts with foliage underwater. Whee! Damn, this is a Christian stream. My bad, my bad. From there, we go this way. Again, look, I was making an effort to make fences, staff-only gates. That was 250 bits. I made like this little outdoor, like Christmassy market. You can hear the alarms because everything's escaping. We called this Pinewood Hills. This was our moose. And this is probably the best example of what I've done with waterfalls and rivers. So moose, if you don't know, actually like swimming. They like to dive. So I built them a pool up here that the waterfall feeds into. And then it would filter through the rocks and down into this river. And then it'd go along and again filter through, down, and into a shallower part of the river. Eventually getting to this, which I'll come back to. But yeah, no, I was very proud of this. A lot of grass. This is where I start placing grass everywhere. Not buffalo grass. It wasn't there at the time. It's the drin grass, which is also pretty good. It used to flicker a lot. We'll get into that as well. I'll wait for the ad break to finish, actually. I just noticed it. Yeah, it turned out that the flickering was burrow cam. Burrows came to the game and broke everything. But me placing grass only got worse. Hell, even our most recent zoo. While the ad break plays, should we go through some more names? Me Dick, D's Nuts. Fucking hell, it started early, didn't it? Undercover Cow, Mr. Movember, Burb, Chi-G, McNuggets, Second Breakdown, Jojo, Sep Stinks. Apparently I had a breakdown because they're named Breakdown a lot. Mr. Tingletoes, Earl Grey, Maddie, Holy Fart, Stupid Deer. Oh my god, look at all the escapes. Kane the Sixth. Daddy Daz. Oh, it was that kind of breakdown. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. This is so odd. I remember being blown away by how good you were at the time, but now you're so much better. That's kind of the whole point of me showing all this. The first zoo I started, I was very happy with for having just begun the game. And it's a level that a lot of people in chat said they're at now. But I wasn't happy with it. And I wanted to get better, and I was very jealous of what other people were building. So every zoo is a new iteration of me getting better and better and better gradually. But yeah, no, this is the moose habitat. Very hilly. Lots of rocks. Lots of foliage. Lots of placed grass. I've got my waterfalls, my rivers. They've got their little barn at the back here. I built these as well. These took a while, actually. And I remember my OCD hating them because they weren't completely symmetrical. This is the zoo where I dropped 100 gifted. Oh, sorry, where the 100 gifted got dropped. Must have been. Yeah, I built this. I was pretty happy with this. I put some thought into the detailing. And then we come this way. We have these little educational stops. We get to here. A very up close look at that moose. Double barrier. You see me using plaster. This is something you see as well. Me do a lot with the pool linings now. And then I have the badger. I kind of built this off the English countryside. And a lot of grass. This is when Nadia started speaking in chat. Because she loved periwinkle. Just the sound of it. The name. But I added a lot of periwinkle. We have our badges. But yeah, we have the burrows. They introduced burrows. And burrow cam was making all the foliage like strobe lights. Giving people epilepsy. It took a while to figure it out. I was actually working with Frontier. Like sending them like files and stream footage and my save and everything. Like trying to figure it out with them. And they couldn't figure it out for the longest time. Eventually we figured it out though. So yeah, that was our badgers. That was our moose. Now, you want to see grass? Say hello to our stupid deer habitat. Yeah, I was dragon. I really was. I laid this whole thing in individual grass. None of it is grouped up either. Then up here we had the big barn. I was pretty happy with this. I was starting to use more elevated walkways and learning to kind of hide them. Unlike the first zoo you saw, where all those supports were hanging down and the zebra were just walking underneath them. Looked awful. So yeah, I used rocks. Shock. To make this kind of nice little elevated lookout. You're probably wondering, Daz, where's your herd? Bastards escaped! Puma pants as well. Basically, to explain this, whenever a new update came out, they would break something. And what they broke was the hitbox. So when I built this, I was experimenting with making a big lake, right? That essentially I would use null barrier and the elephant grass. I discovered from YouTube that elephant grass is something they can't walk through. It's essentially like a building piece, a construction piece. So I made this and they were in. They couldn't get out. But I remember after a new update came out, suddenly they could. It broke, like it changed their hitbox. So they started jumping out. And now they are the many-legged beast. You can see where stupid deer comes from. There's many an origin story. Yeah, so that's that. Now, for another glitchy part of the game, we built a restaurant. This is where they introduce restaurants. So I was doing the whole restaurant board, which I've done in our aquatic zoo. We've got our restaurant. And on the back of it, we have Sea Lion Bay. This is what Sea Lion Bay looks like. I have the lake kind of filtering into this bay as well. I've got no visible kind of thing showing it being pumped back out, so this would eventually flood. But yeah, this is our sea lions. So I took inspiration from the grey seal you saw in the last zoo to make this kind of like decking shade structure. I was pretty proud of the underwater. I built a kelp forest. Stacked underwater temple plants. Something I found on the workshop, took apart, and then made my own. They don't actually move and sway, but they're meant to mimic kelp. Like a kelp forest. However, this is what I built. I built a big show area for them. Very proud of. The animal talks were introduced. I made elevated things and then I covered it all up like you've seen me do many a time. I just love you and I miss you. Hello, duh. How you doing? Yeah, no, what used to happen, I described this earlier, was the sea lion, especially Mr. Harry Houdini, would swim through the glass, land on the concrete, and then chase the guests. Like, literally run after them. Oh, I just squirted on myself. Yep, that happened. So yeah, no, I was very happy with this. Obviously, when you're sat down, you get a good view of the sea lions. And then up close, you got here. And again, I took it from the African penguins you saw in the last zoo, as well as the grey seal. I built these. So you come down here. And this is your underwater viewing window. I was quite comfortable with underwater viewing scenes at this point. Again, this is where I learned to use like plaster or concrete to kind of hide the shit. I'm hot and sweaty. It is warming up again. Yeah, I was very happy with that. But again, they would always escape through some kind of glitch, some manner of glitch. This was our memorial board. So when the things that chat named died, we stuck them on the wall. Bambi, Bambi's mum, Stu, Duck Toy, Mel's bad at Dead by Daylight. Yeah, that was a little memorial. So that was that area. Quite a big part of this. And then we went on to mountain cats. This is our mountain lion, our cougar. I don't think any of them are in here, because again, after that update, everything started escaping. I can even see you up here now. Fair, honestly. Again, kind of rock mad. I kind of built like a canyon. So they had multiple modes of like traversing this. So they could walk under here. Oh, there are some in here still. Kitty. So they could walk under there. They could walk all along the rocks. And we had these little kind of sheltered areas. I took this inspiration from our fennec fox that I showed you in the last zoo. Kind of had it with the orangutans as well in the zoo before it. And yeah, you follow this path. Kind of similar to what I did for the deer. And then you come this way. And then over here in this neat little nook, we have the Eurasian lynx. Our other mountain cat. What I liked about this was, again, I'm using a lot of waterfalls. I think I built an asshole for that one. And then that runs down, and then that actually leads into the cougar habitat. Which one's Bastet? This one. The naughty one, obviously. This one's Bastet. Well, like bastard. Yeah. Yeah, so we follow along here. And then I've got a similar structure for what I've got for the moose. And yeah, you could look out. I tried to make like a bit of a climbing area for these. So lots of like these bridges. These are prefabs in the game. Climbable natural bridges. You can place these, recolor them. And then I built a frame over here that they could climb and actually go into the mountain. Hence mountain cat. So I hollowed it out. And this was their shelter. But again, I did just hollow this out. I didn't really like make it look nice at all. It was the cougar. The mountain lion. Not the lynx. So that was them. And then we follow along. We have Hunter's Grove. We have our wolves. So this was our wolf wood. So we have a nice little scenic viewing area over here. Look at that. I actually built these mountains as well. Again, not my best work, but I wasn't used to it. And then, yeah, I kind of built out this little wolf wood. Made it big. I think a Cyclops lives in here, let alone wolf pack. I got so many of them as well. Jesus. But yeah. And then over here we had our reptile house. Hadn't really built a reptile house before until this point. So you come in here. And we have a snake. We have this like wisteria kind of like tropical wall. We have some indoor food. Over here we have the fire salamander, which is returning in Zoo 2. And then over here we have the terrapin, which we've added to our most recent zoo. And then this was our look into the American alligator. This is their indoor. Tried to make that double barrier, a bit of a safety rail. Then we have our swamp puppy. But it does lead outside, and the way of viewing that was to come down here. And we have our underwater viewing. Again, I was very, very comfortable with building underwater viewing at this point. Very misty, very murky. And then you could look out. See an alligator. These also used to glitch. Shock. Surprise. They used to swim under here and through the terrain and then out into this big lake. And they used to head towards the deer. There was never a casualty, but they tried. Can't blame them for trying. This was what I started as well. You know how the mud bath in Richmond has that frame around it? I started to raise the terrain to kind of hide all that, to make it look more natural as well. Are they kissing? Oh my god, they are. That is cute. And I'm sorry for perving. Mwah. So that was literally Pinewood. That would have been a finished zoo because I put all the little details in, all the effort into making like fencing, education, areas to sit and grab food and all that stuff. But I decided to expand and I ruined everything. Jordan, thank you for the 15 stream streak. How you doing, mate? Why are you interrupting? What was it? It was the... Was it wetlands? I was happy with what we did. Again, look at that verticality, that elevation. So I made a water buffalo. Again, this took a long time. Much like the deer, I placed every individual piece of grass. Some of it is grouped, but not a lot of it. All placed. And yeah, I made this big water buffalo field, essentially. I liked making things look natural, like you taking them from the wild. They even had a little shelter over here. But above them, we had this very zen red crane habitat. I never finished this, but this was their indoor, supposed to be their indoor viewing. This is when I started as well. My first time making that kind of like realistic zoo pool lining for the cranes. And then further in, you had this natural just space for them. Lots of shallows, lots of wading. We even made a little zen area. And lots of like scenic things that had no actual purpose. They just look nice. Yeah, and we were gonna add otters. The Asian small-clawed otter. But that's when I killed it. That's when the zoo died. I think I got modded right as I made that habitat, really. I remember this. I think this was the first time I was lurking here. Yeah, I was pretty happy with it. But yeah, that's Pinewood. That was my closest up until now at finishing a zoo. Right, here's where things get a bit experimental. I don't remember the order after that. And because of the modifiedness, some of the dates have scrambled. I think everything in that zoo was named as well. Everything had an asterisk. Chat loved it. Chat was all for it then. Some still are. But every animal got named. Ah, yeah. I remember this. See what I mean by experimental? These were the wacky times. And a meme was born in this zoo. I started taking inspiration online to kind of make zoo entrances. So this is my... I can't remember what zoo this was that I took inspiration from. But I tried to recreate it. And I never finished it. Evident. But our first habitat, and one of my best habitats, I think, was the capybara. Poor souls almost didn't live to tell the tale. Thank you, Sandwich. Hello, Dynamac. Yeah, this is my capybara habitat. And this is when they added, like, hot springs. This was the wetland pack. Yeah, because the crane and the buffalo were part of that pack, but the capybara was also part of that pack. So, again, I made all the fencing myself. All null barrier at this point. No actual barriers used. Built everything myself. Underwater viewing. Pretty happy with this. A nice little step down. And here's our little Cappy swimming. Here's little Jaffies. This is something, as an example, I've been trying to tell some people as well. Like, if you want to go for that natural look and not the whole kind of concrete lining I've been doing, moss rock, and where the sun is hitting it, you have some grasses growing out of it. And then on the surface, you can have, like, normal rock. This is the backstage. I'm doing all these, like, keep out, staff only areas that I downloaded off the workshop. I don't know who made that. And then I started trying backstage. Pretty terrible considering what I can slightly do now. But yeah, this is our backstage. I even made little implied doors. Coconut doggy. Also, welcome back, Wonky mate. Yeah, I tried to make implied animal doors even at this point. And yeah, there was almost an accident here. A Cappy almost died. Because over there, we have a big cat. And I accidentally put it in the wrong habitat. And by the time I noticed, it was almost too late. I never finished this habitat, so I'll just come here next. This was for the Amur leopard? Yeah. Surprisingly named Bastet. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, I put one in here by mistake. And the minute I realized, I paused. And it was like leaping in the air right behind the capybara. Like literally paws out, leaping in the air. Capybara's unaware. There's a screenshot somewhere, as Dragon said. And in that pause menu, I boxed the big cat. I saved the capybara's life. Yeah, no, I never finished this. I had big plans for it though, but yeah. One thing that was kind of nuts. Siamang. You've seen this kind of design before because we did it for the chimpanzees last year. We've done it for the gibbons this year for Gemma's zoo. But yeah, I built a Siamang enclosure habitat. Lots of rocks, lots of plants at this point. Very natural, lots of waterfalls. I started using the special effects, the rapids, to kind of show that natural like push of water around the rock. Some climbing frames. That ain't normal. That ain't normal. Oh yeah, one more for good measure. Look at that! I have never seen that in my life. That's never happened. They've made a rock for me. I didn't have to place one. You need to clip that. You need to clip that. Holy shit. Literally. Anyway, back on schedule. Oh my god. Yeah, so this is the Siamang habitat. Natural, like, moat. Double barrier. Sorry, my mind is out of sorts. The whole Monkey Island. Lots of vines. Oh, yeah. I tried to make these, like, little tunnels for their indoor viewing. Was it you? You look very pleased with yourself. Yeah, this is their indoor habitat. Big old, like, Siamang center, essentially. Chimp! That was a chimp! It's a gibbon. That's the worst part. It's a gibbon. It's my spirit animal. Not a chimpanzee. That's me. But yeah, no, I was pretty happy with this. I was experimenting with building as well. I'd never really like added windows and such everywhere. Vents for air conditioning. Again, this is a whole experimental kind of phase, to be honest. Oh, Jesus. Oh, the other meme. Hold on. Right, we'll get there. I never finished this. This is quite a cool one, though. This is our first attempt at platypus. So I have these big bay windows. Big windows. For the underwater viewing. But on the side, I kind of treated it like an exhibit box. So this was where they slept. They'd come through here. And sleep in here. But yeah, this was their habitat. Platypus. I think they're broke as well. Look, they're all motionless. Giant rock wall. And what basically this meant was they could go through there. Boop. And again, I tried to make backstage areas. Well, there's a chimp now. However,
one bit for every second he had to poo.
Ah! What the frick? Iridan, thank you for the 10 gifted. And Sandwich for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Yeah.
No way! I can't believe this!
I can't, actually. After all that shit that I just witnessed. This is the birth of a new meme. Every time I built for foxes, I lost inspiration and quit what I was doing. Yeah, no, we have Bastet, Iris, Arthur, Vulpix, Sapphire, Ghost, Pro Hide and Seeker, Flying Magnum, Dairy Pouch, Muttley, Capinara. Yeah, no, we got a lot of them. Omelette Maker, Perry, Reginald, Custard Factory, Baby Yoda, Dutch, Punsley. Yeah, we got a lot of names in there. But again, very experimental. I'm just trying to get better at detailing. Hence, like, me building, like, the implied animal doors and all that stuff. Speaking of, here's another one. Ghost, I'm not sure. I remember you named an Arctic wolf ghost. I'm not sure about the Arctic fox. Someone did, though. And again, Iridian, thank you so much. That was very generous of you. Thank you. I see why you no longer like puns. Right. Oh, this has one of my favorite habitats as well. You'll like this when I get to it. So this was Whitehaven Coast. I tried to build a zoo on the Australian coast. Little car park. Nothing like Pinewood. These were a workshop item that I disassembled. Saw how they made it. I put a lot more effort into my buildings. Just random, like, designs like this. I think I had some IRL inspiration for those. I'm not sure. Say hello to the quokka. Quokka, quokka. I wonder in Zoo 2 if they'll have more map variety. Hopefully. So this is our quokka. We have a dome down here. Here's the little smiley lads as well. Little quokka. Oh, these. I need to find the zoo for that. I'm not sure if it's in my zoo saves, but it's in franchise. So we'll get to them. I first built these for raccoons, which we will get to. I think that zoo was earlier than this one, in fairness. Yeah, so this is our little quokka. Here was our first attempt at Little Penguin. Again, I used to just add like random little scenery things, little surfboards. Kind of took this as inspiration from the sea lions. I tried to make their actual natural looking nests as well. I found them on Google. They basically build in the side of rocks and have these little nests like this. Yeah, the ship. Little crashed vessel. This is just a scenery thing, I believe. Oceanic shipwreck. Yeah. This came with the Oceania pack. Roof zoo? Also, what did Seth say? Sorry. We need a vet for that monkey. Choo choo. Thank you for the hype train. I really appreciate it. Who you share a bed with? So yeah, I was pretty happy with this. Again, I took the kelp idea from my sea lions as well. Made like a little conservation building back here. I called it Penglin Bay. And you'd go through here. I thought this was nice. It's just nice and neat and cozy, and the details were there, you know? Again, this is all experimental, like, not an actual zoo. Oh, the noisy ones. This is our outdoor area for the kiwi. I kind of went through a phase whenever a DLC came out, I would build for those animals, and I wouldn't actually build a zoo. So this was the outdoor area for our kiwi. You know what I also started to use here? Surface decals that I recolored to look like loose dirt. And yeah, you'd come through here. And I tried to build like a nocturnal house, I believe. Yeah, kinda. Because I had some exhibits over here. So yeah, I tried to build this like indoor nocturnal thing for them. I do have emus actually, a zoo with emus. However, I think the big before I show you the best habitat in this zoo, this was my attempt at a new gift shop, which I had to renovate because Val orchestrated this idea that it looked like a library. It doesn't anymore, although everyone seems to be trapped. Oh, emo, not emu? I read emu. Yeah, no, this didn't used to look as colorful, as playful, as, like, green. And it used to get called a library. And I was like, I don't read. How dare you? I even got these little paw prints that I think Bethan even started using recently. And then on this side was a restaurant. They literally just brought out the souvenir shops. So I combined a souvenir shop alongside a restaurant. However, the crowning habitat in this attempt my mute swan build. So they have this island. I built little ramps up for them. I built little nesting shelters. Got our swans here. I started using the periwinkles as like surface moss on the top of the water. Lots of foliage. Lots of attempts to add some color in there as well. I even added details like this. I literally did what I told Davey to yesterday. I put all those jets, I put like loads of them together to kind of make that. Yeah, lots of vegetation. And then on this area, we have that bay. This was kind of a lot of workshop stuff. This kind of like pebbled thing was off the workshop. These rocks, some of you might recognize. Not these ones. These ones back here. They are Caesar's. Caesar creates his rocks. But yeah, this is probably my best habitat in this zoo. Special rocks. Yeah, I'm gonna go through these ones, and then I need to find the ones that I'm missing. So let's go. We've done Dwazu, we've done Pinewood, we've done City Zoo, we've done Whitehaven, we've done Dwazito Paradise. Let's do Eden. Is Eden? Eden might be the one with the barnyard. I'm trying to remember. 6 years is a long time, chat. Yeah, I've been doing this whole zoo tour now for an hour and 40 minutes. I've gone from like my very first zoo that I made, and I'm just going through them. Although at this point I've lost what came in what order. There's some pieces missing. But you can kind of see like where I start to actually use rocks, where I start to add more foliage. It is the barnyard one. I start to make my own barriers and all that stuff. This is probably my laggiest zoo. This one. Eden Park. I tried to add loads of... These were what I was on about before. I downloaded these off the workshop. Someone made them. We have our entrance. We have our lemur lookout. Emerald. I don't know if Emerald's around much anymore. But Emerald made me this. I wanted to use more of like... the custom media. And I loved uploading people's art that they made in the community. So Emerald made me this. But yeah, this is our lemur walkthrough. This was actually based on whipsnades, funnily enough. So you'd come through here. I made this like double barrier protection to make sure no lemurs actually got out. And then you'd walk through and you'd have all this verticality. Lemurs climbing everywhere. I had a shelter, but it was implied. I remember that. There was actually nothing in here. But I tried to imply that one. Emerald even made like little information. Meet King Julian. Little implied information boards. I can feel the lag now, actually. Yeah, so we have all our lemurs in here. Just about here, there, and everywhere. Over here, we have my mixed herd of zebra and wildebeest. Again, double barrier. Lots of foliage. Lots of those Caesar rocks. Yeah. Again, lots of placeable grass. Oh, you can feel the lag as I move through. And then I built them this barn, which is quite nice. This was kind of more on the realistic side for a barn as well. Like an indoor shelter. These I made as well. Implied little hay feeders on the fence. Bip, bip, bip. What else? The Asian small-clawed otter. Really liked my river for this. So this is the otter habitat. This is the river that I built for them. Very rocky. Very natural looking. There's my otters. This is how I hid the underwater viewing dome as well in there. Do 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 do. It's your favorite one. This is their underwater. However, that does lead in there. As you can see, they're swimming through. This was their little shelter, but it doubled up. You see that I made for the capybara? I used it quite a lot. I kind of reused it. So the otters come through here. And then this is their indoor. So they had this indoor space with an indoor pool as well. With, of course, underwater viewing. I also experimented with like recoloring the lights and having them underwater to kind of give off that hue. But some of the lights are just way too bright in this game. So I didn't do too much of it. But yeah, another example of underwater view. Blah, 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 blah. Orangutans don't matter because that broke the zoo. Ah, the barnyard. Probably the best thing in this zoo, to be honest. The barnyard pack came out. So we have our petting farm. You walk through. You wash your hands on the way in and way out. And then here we have a Highland cattle field. This is actually what I said to Bethan recently, and it completely ruined her want to make a, a petting zoo. I said it to her to inspire, but I think she just felt intimidated. I was like, oh. So yeah. This is my Highland cattle field. My moo-moos. Got a nice little river going on here. A barn back here. To the left as you enter, we have our chicken barn. So this is our little barn for our chickens. A little nest over there. Look at all them chickens. So yeah, this is our outdoor area for our chickens. Loads of them over here. Since we're seeing it now. Yeah, Dracus made that from Bethan's stream. Next to them, I had this building made. But on the back of them, it doubled up as a pig shelter. So this is an implied animal door. And then this is the Tamworth pig. So these are the pigsties that I made. I got my little pig pen. I kind of did a lot of like what I do on Jurassic. Where I kind of like sunk tires into the floor to kind of make like more enrichment. Kind of customize their enrichment and not make it look exactly the same. But that was the pigs. Oh yeah, they had this like centralized little eating area as well. They'd buy from the van and kind of sit around here. Then we come to this area, which divides. To our left, we have our Radnor sheep and our donkeys. Fields. Very much fallow deer inspired, this one. So all the grass is placed. We got our hills at the back. Lots and lots of foliage. But eventually you'd come around to this barn, which I tried to make this realistic detail of like shutters. So guests could stand here and look inside and see the donkeys and the sheep. Enjoy. Oh no. Oh my god, Ooze. So but basically when you tell people, don't worry, you could do this, you should mention... No. Literally, if you watch the VOD for this, and you see my first zoo, I had no skill. It took a lot of practice. This is much later at this point. And yeah, on this side, we have a walkthrough. We have our goats over here. And we have our alpacas at the back. Again, I kind of gave them a grazing field. Lots of rock work. Fed stuff. So that the cows can't get in. And another barn. So I basically built a mini farm. I don't think there was a single barnyard animal that I didn't add, was there? But yeah, that was that zoo. Anyway. Conservation. Wait, new beginnings. Evergreen. Right. We still got loads to go, by the way. Again, we go through 6 years of work here. And some of it's not even here or present. I'll find the one with the raccoon eventually, Val, if I miss it. There's also the one with the penguin boom, sorry. I'm quite proud of a lot of habitats in that one in particular, actually. Yeah, it was just all practice. Pinewood was the closest we got to finishing a zoo until now, till recently. I lost inspiration, or I got better at something and I didn't like what I'd built before and I didn't want to change it all, or yeah, just uninspired. Start again. Val, I don't know if you have already, but can you feature that clip as well? Or one of them. One of the many that were made. Because that was amazing. And that's never happened before. Oh, this is the one with the penguin. Nice. And it's the one with the raccoon as well. They all coexist. So as you can see, I attempted that entrance again. So we'll ignore that for now, because I never finished entrances ever. Except for Pinewood. So my first build here was for the armadillo. Armadillo. This is probably one of the smallest habitats I made as well. It's quite fun. Again, custom barrier. Lots of rock work. Bit of elevation. Make these mounds for them. Dr. Philo. Oh my god, there's so many penguins. Oh look, Dracus, the sloth. I remember someone named a wombat Maddie and she got really offended. Like, why? Nadia the emu. Emus. Pause. I have emus now. Bastet is back as a black jaguar. Zay the gibbon. The La gibbon. Yeah, emus this time, not emos. We have 384 animals in this zoo. Roly-poly what did you say? Dr. Philo? No. No Dr. Philo. I need a Bastet collage. Yeah, that'll take some work, but I'll get that to you at some point. What was next? The wombat. So here's my wombat habitat. I was very proud of a lot of these builds in this particular zoo. I thought I did a good job. It's where I started, I think, getting better at detailing. I even started putting these on the doors and such. So yeah, this is our wombat build. This is Val's, I think, favorite habitat in here. Wait, what's this? Yes, it was. This is my enchanted forest habitat. So you walk through, you got some braziers, fenced off of course, so there's no damage. We got a little coffee van, and we've made this big walkthrough where these raccoons make their home. So I made little areas for feeding. This is where I made their shelters as well. You can absolutely see us at night. And then you can follow along here. And then again, I had these like little areas that were just purely for the raccoons. They weren't for anyone else. Yeah, I made like little custom shelters and everything. And then we made a little bit of a fairy glade as well. In this pond. You'll see why soon. And then what I did was I made a space where natural butterflies came to nest. This is a butterfly walkthrough. As you can see, we've got butterflies. But like, it's not enclosed. They're all wild ones. I basically included a guest walkthrough, the exhibit enclosures, and an animal closure all in one. I added some new reaction gifts. Nice. I will check them soon. I just want to get through some tour. I'm worried about running out of time again today. There's still so much to see. Yeah. And you can even come up here. Oh, there's more. More butterfly garden. However... Oh, there's an ad break. Oh, wait. People really need to see us at night, I think. I'll look at your stream memes. What the hell? I can't believe that happened. That's like a once in a lifetime, like, glitch. I'm absolutely uploading that to, like, Twitter later. Testing. Twitch decided to stop working for a while. Yeah, it's been buggy all day. You featured it. Thanks. I'll grab that later then. Yeah, Twitch has been pretty buggy today, apparently. They're not allowed to poo while I'm, like, not in the zoo, so they've been holding it in. They saw that I returned and were like, let it out! 1 minute of ads left. And then I'm going to show you this at night, because it is well worth seeing. I don't think I have too many zoos left, now that we found this one. I think there's like 2 more after this. Although this will be the last ad break. That'll interrupt the tour, so that's good. Right, let me show you this bad boy at night then. This is the Enchanted Forest. Look at the colors. We have the purple braziers. We have the green light emitting from the mushrooms. Look how Halloween-y we made this at the time. Very spook. And then you get to the glade and you're like, oh. yeah, it was pretty nice. I added these little hanging lanterns on the trees as well. Tried to like have them around the branches. But yeah, this is I think Val's favorite. Everyone seems to have a favorite, which is nice. I think it's Dracus's favorite coming up. It could be Dracus. It might not be Dracus. It might be someone else. Our second attempt at the penguin. Funnily enough, it's actually next. So this is our building. Penguin Cove. This bore the penguin boom meme. The baby boom. I thought these had one chick. But they have two. So when they all had multiple chicks, it caught me off guard, by surprise. But this is Penguin Cove. This is our indoor area. I grabbed this off the workshop. I remember that. And this is our indoor viewing. Lots of rocks. Dad's channeled his future Davy. There was a lot of rocks in this one. This was the... I remember this. Maddie asked for penguins. And I was building this, and she just kept like complaining. There was like, there's so much rocks. There's no, like, there's too many rocks. I was like, Maddie, trust the process. And by the time I was done, she was like, oh my God, I love this. Absolutely love this. So yeah, this is the underwater. This is something you've seen me do in my marine park recently. I start adding like little drains and vents and things. But this is what it looked like outside. So many rocks. We have this waterfall cascading down into the pool, outdoor pool. This is where I started doing the concrete. The concrete lining. We laid the entire bottom in rock, different kinds. We got the moss rock with the grasses growing out. The more barren rock. We have the ship. The crashed ship. The penguins obviously can enter through that tunnel back into their indoor viewing. And I built them a little like raised bay up here. Big love for fake rock. Faux rock. However, you come in here. Holy penguin. Holy penguin. So yeah, that was my penguin habitat. On the back of them, I built again for rhino, but this one was the black rhino, not the white rhino like the other one. I was trying to get better at custom fencing. Double barrier. And just, again, lots of, like, bumps, grooves, elevations. Here we have our rhino grazing. We have lots of places for them to wallow in. Something coming up is something I'm very proud of. Again, I love using my Caesar rocks at this point. Just loads of different shapes and slants. Yeah, you follow this round to this big, realistic barn, right? I tried to recreate something that I saw IRL a lot. Big doors. But you come in here. And look. Looky. Dutch! Thank you so much for the raid, mate! Thank you, Val, for the shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you're having a great day. Dutch, I hope your stream was amazing. If, of course, any of you need to raid and run, please do. Thank you as well, Dutch. Yeah, no, we were building our marine park earlier. We kind of finished the construction side of things. And since 2 o'clock, so the last 2 hours, I've been going through every zoo I've ever built on stream. From the very beginning. All the way till, like, present day. And I'm just showing people, like, what I built, what I focused on, what I got better at. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's been fun. How's your stream? So yeah, no, this was something I was very proud of. I took inspiration from some IRL photos. They often, like, segregate the rhinos at times, keep them separate, but then also, like, release them out. I did more stuff with the backstage at this point. Again, not my best work, but I was, like, starting to do this kind of thing. Yeah, I was pretty happy with that. Right, so that's the Enchanted Forest. That's the penguins, the rhinos, the armadillo, the wombat. Ah, the Bat Cave. This is when they first... This is the Twilight Pack. They first introduced bats. And I built a Bat Cave. I was telling Davey about this. How you can make all the walls invisible. And then kind of just build... You are beautiful. I didn't even know I had you. But yeah, like stalactites on the ceiling. Loads of rock work. Exit here. We got quite a few things. This was the Asian monitor lizard? Yes. This I was pretty happy with. I built this raised terrace. Lots of like ivy and string lights. This elevated place that people could come and eat. Because we had a restaurant down here. Also here we had indoor viewing. Where I added things like heat lamps above their bedding. Lots of like logs and stuff they could walk over, bask upon. And then yeah, you basically come out here. And this is what it looked like. This is their underwater view. Granted, this is actually in-game barrier. I kind of did a bit of both. I dabbled here and there. But I thought this looked quite nice for the monitor lizard. Oh, that cliff is... Got so many views. Yeah, this is my Asian monitor lizard habitat. And then I built like little areas at the back for them to chill on. A big like walk thing. Walk thing? A walk thing. There we go. Using the walk thing. This is the one, Dracus. He told me how to actually build buildings better. Because I had no idea what I was doing. So I thank him for that. Behind here, I don't know if Pause is here, but we have our wallaby and emu habitat. So again, loads of like patches of grass. You can see why she thought this was a fish. Nice little overly vegetated shelter. But I also built them another one back here as well. Little baby wallabies. Emu fish! Yeah, I had another shelter over here that they could use. So they lived side by side. in this little habitat. So that was all connecting. Oh, this was quite a fun one. So this is a little aviary style building that I made for the fossa. However, what I decided to do was I turned it into a walkthrough. Right? So you come through here. You got the indoor viewing for the fossa. There they are. Again, I reused what I built for the capybara so much at this point. I only had 2 styles. This was Conservation Park. This one. But the reason why this is fenced off and treated like a walkthrough is because this is where Dracus lives. This is our sloth. Our sloth live here. But yeah, the actual main habitat for the fossa is in here. I quite like this. I've made like a little implied area for stuff. And then this is their little outdoor area. That the fossa can climb around. Climb along. What else? Oh! The other gibbon habitat. You'll have to bear with me, Fira. I really want to get through the tour before I read or do anything. So I'll try to remember that before we end. I just want to get through these zoos. This was my... Was this my first Siamang habitat? Quite proud of this, though. Big hole. Made my own little, like, drop down. And I made this big, highly vegetated playground for these. These gibbons. La and Siamang. You know, this wasn't my first one. The other one was. This was my second one. This is originally built for the La gibbon, but I included the Siamang with them. I built like a little implied walkway for the staff to come down. But then you could also come around here and you had the indoor viewing. This was quite a challenge to make because it bent round. The Siamang was a shitting monkey. Oh, they're already here as well. I built them twice because they're so nice. Yeah, again, I overdo and overuse that. But this is their indoor habitat. Siamang and La gibbon. Both are gibbons, so. What else did we do? Oh, the porcupine. Pretty happy with this. This is the custom barrier I made. Again, I use a lot of Caesar's rocks. Even now, we got a little African crested porcupine in here. I turned, you know the pigsty that I made for the Tamworth pig? I made another version of that to cover the burrow for the porcupine. Kind of make it look immersive. We went over the penguins. 2 more. This is my dromedary camel Adama gazelle habitat. Again, I got very comfortable making double barriers. I tried to make these like dunes. We even went through enough detail to the point where we had like loose sand on the more hilly parts and rougher sand on the parts where they would walk a lot. Like, I was very deliberate with my terrain brush. And then I tried to make, like, a little oases over here. Places to graze. And then, at the back, a big shelter. Similar to the rhino. So you'd come in here. Very detailed shelter. Divided off. We had air conditioning. Beam supports, lighting, backstage. This is where I got very comfortable doing that kind of thing. Ba-doo-doo. Another one we made. Jaguar. The other Bastet. So I was very happy with this. Very South American themed. This was the underwater viewing. Very temple. Our jaguars like to swim about. Yeah, the VOD is gone, but you can download the zoo. If you ever want to go through it yourself. This, I remember, I found on the workshop, and I took it apart, and I made it fit my habitat. This big, like, Aztec temple. Even with, like, a little, like, waterway coming through. Would the VOD be on the VOD channel? No, no, no. We already started uploading on the VOD channel, like, this year. Start of the year. End of last year. Shortly after Twitch decided you can only have so many hours of VODs on Twitch. A lot of the last 6 years of streaming live on through clips, not VODs, unfortunately. But yeah, no, this is our Jaguar habitat. Very happy with this as well. This log was their main source of getting to higher elevation. They even had other little climbing areas over here. And then I basically based this off of do you remember Monkey Temple? The one that had the proboscis monkey? I kind of used that theme again to make this indoor viewing area for the Jaguar. This was where they slept. And then at the back here, we had like a little place to grab some water. Oh, I had a little exhibit box as well. See, I was doing a lot of thematic stuff at this point. Oh yeah, that was a zoo entrance. Oh, I brought the capybara habitat into this zoo as well. It was so good in the other one that I never did anything with, that I had to blueprint it and bring it over. My little coconut doggos. Thank you, Jules. I do appreciate that. Yeah, that's everything here. What was next? Two more. I don't know. New beginnings. New beginnings. What was in that? Evergreen was the one we finished playing around with last year. It's the one with the panda. Our Jingle Jam build. What was this one? Yeah, no, I had at the time I had like 5 years worth of VODs. And my internet was not good enough to back up every single stream. And there were services going around where people would do it for you, but they charged per gigabyte. Dragon! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted! Oh, this zoo! Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. I'm going to pick up the pace a bit because we have 2 more zoos to look around. Thank you so much, Dragon. That's very kind of you. Yeah, they were charging per gigabyte and we had so much. Too expensive.
It's Pikachu! It's Fuck!
Jules, thank you so much for the follow as well. So this was another zoo attempt. This is the one with the stressy flamingo. Again, the custom signs, I didn't know how to make them yet. I downloaded them off the workshop. I now know how to make them. I've even made a tutorial video on how to do it, but yeah, I was using them off the workshop. So we come through. Again, very narrow, but very, like, detailed. This is quite close to being the new Pinewood, to be honest. Our first stop, we have Aldabra. Is it Aldabra? No, African spurred tortoise. In here. It used to be Aldabra, but we removed them. This was their habitat. On the back of this rockwork as well, I added a smaller tortoise for comparison, for educational reasons. No worries, Dragon, mate. Catch you later. Thank you again. Said here we have the tiny tortoise. Little tiny tortoise. Over here, it didn't used to look like this, but I had to like raise it up and add one-way glass because they got stressy. But here's our flamingos. Again, I brought this over from the swan build that you saw earlier. Little shelter for them. And then we come this way. And we have 2 stops. Prairie dog. Again, built off the same rockwork as the tortoise. So built off that. What does this remind you of? The meerkat habitat. From our Africa section of a very early zoo. It's very hilly. And the armadillo, actually, as well. Very hilly. We have the mounds. The burrows. We have our little prairie dogs in here. On this side, we have our Malayan tapir. All rock wool for this one. But we have our Malayan tapir in here. I love this barrier that I made as well. And yeah, they've got loads of places to roam, loads of places to swim. And then the shelter was quite nice as well. Quite low to the ground. Very conservation themed. But this is their shelter. Over here, we have the sloth bear. So I built there. This was a lot of rocks, this one. I built the shelter out of rocks. And then I made a dry moat for the first time. So they could actually walk along here, like real zoos. Along the bottom. And then walk up and into here. And then they had this kind of like, not wide exhibit, but long. So this was their habitat at the back. Had a little pool at the back as well. I think this is one of my best attempts at a restaurant. This. Mainly because of the shape. I think the shape is so unique. And it's like the first time I was very confident with a building. Because usually building is not my most confident aspect at all. But yeah, in here we have a restaurant. Very South American themed, actually, this one. What do we have next? Capuchin monkeys. So I built that kind of like aviary styled habitat. I started doing more like little details, like fastening their playground equipment onto the fencing. They had like a big central tree as well that they would climb up. And at the back, this was their way into their indoor shelter. So here's all our little capuchin monkeys that you could view from this window here. Then we had our lions. This was the Pride Rock incident that I ended up deleting. But this is my pride of white lions. Compare that to the lion we're getting in Zoo 2. Yeah, I kind of had a lot of IRL inspiration for these as well. These little shelters. There was Pride Rock, but we got rid of that. Below Pride Rock, as their neighbor, I actually built the elephant graveyard. Where we have our hyena. Obviously, it's better our place now. But I built the elephant graveyard. For the hyenas. Hamadryas baboon. Very happy with this one. I think that based this one off Paynton Zoo. So they have this large vertical rock structure. On the base level, they could walk through here and all the way through here. That's something they could do. Then they could climb to the next level. Through here. There's our big boy. And they had another one over here as well. And then the third level was on the top. They had these peaks. Yeah, pretty happy with that. Very rocky. A lot of rocks in this one. Then we had Mudang. Mudang. Internet sensation. Went viral. Chat wanted me to add it. So we have our pygmy hippopotamus. You remember this zoo, do you? Yeah, we have our pygmy hippopotamus in here. Hippopotamus. We have our elevated little pathway. Of course, we have to do an underwater viewing. That's what this is. There they are down there. And yeah, that was pretty much that zoo. This is the closest we got to Pinewood in terms of detail, but again, I lost inspiration. So now this is the zoo before this year's zoo. This was last year's zoo. We also did pretty well with this in terms of like filling it out, but again, I got a problem. You have to. It'd be rude not to do underwater viewing for hippos, honestly. No, no. That's from an earlier time. We're missing half the zoo. There you are. It's because we were building a franchise. Most of these were franchise. Almost all of them. Some weren't. The ones that were the most empty, and I was kind of just playing around, those are all sandbox. Zoo gone. This one takes quite a while to load as well. Here we are. Right. This was another good attempt. This is Evergreen Zoo. The entrance was inspiration given to me by Drakis from one of his local zoos. We put a lot of detail and thought into this. The little mini car park. The staff center on the side. Again, our little entrance walk-in. And our gift shop on the side as well. No longer a library. We built a bit of a plaza system. This is something you see me do in the marine zoo that we have. So we have this outdoor area. I call it the grazing shed. We have this water feature in the middle. Lots of waterfalls. Our first stop was a big one. This is the wild boar and the red deer. So again, we got our double barriers. At this point, I have to. I got way too comfortable with it. Very realistic. So the wild boar like to come to this muddied, rocky area. Very wet over here. However, behind them are these green fields. You see me do this again and again at this point. This is my glade for my deer. We even have a viewing window from inside the gift shop as well. You see? So this is where my deer live and my boar. Again, all this was individually placed, but I'm grouping things now. I'm disabling climbing as a property. My game performs a little bit better as a result. So that was our deer habitat. Over here we have the Wolverine. I kind of made this into a big circle. So we have a big distance here. Big jump. Barrier. Dry moat. Barrier again. And then we have our Wolverine. Very natural. We have this kind of stream coming down into a pool. We have this climbing structure leading into some trees. We have these hollowed out logs, which are basically just bark pieces duplicated into a circle. And then at the back we have their burrows. So very natural looking, that one. Over here we have the palace cat. Kind of inspired by that capuchin monkey habitat. I made this kind of open top rather than like an aviary where it's netted. Yeah, I made this outdoor rocky space for the cats. I made it so that they could climb up here. They don't actually, sadly, because of hitboxes, but they could climb up here, scale this kind of like fake rock wall. Are you still named what I think you are? Did I go past you? You aren't even named. Well, this is the many generations of Saturo and Gojo. Yeah, outdoor area. Go through here. Boop. Little indoor area for them. We do actually have 80 days, which is crazy. Tomorrow's 79. This was a little guest area. Come in here. See the cats. We built a little Africa section, literally called Little Africa. So I've got some smaller African animals in here, some snakes, some scarab beetles. And then I made a conjoined build that houses fennec foxes. So I built for these again. And they can go through here like this. Look. Whoop. And out onto here. And they got some burrows as well. Meerkats. We built for them before. We do so again. Somewhat better. So you have this centralized viewing dome, and all the way around it you have their burrows. I did build them like a little cave in here as well. And then the aardvark. Here we have our aardvarks. More of a grasslandy themed one. Again, they got their burrow. Aardvark returning for planetzoo 2. What then? Sifaka. Shifaka. However you say it. Fuck you. So again, we've done this whole thing before with lemurs and siamangs and whatever. Little island. We have our little lemurs bouncing about. Look at them go. Boop, boop, boop. Lots of verticality. Lots of... They can hop between these kind of thing. And then a little indoor shelter in here where they can come and feed. A little closet as well for the keepers to have some tools. So fuck are you too? Then, onto some cool stuff. We have Cayman Cafe. Quite happy with this building as well. So you come through, and you have this downstairs area that actually kind of, you can look up there. It is open plan. But down here, you've got all this greenery, all this like tropical implied vibe. And then you have your underwater viewing for the Dwarf Cayman. Very murky and green down here. Very natural. Lots of moss. Lots of foliage. Come upstairs. You have your cafe part. Grab some drinks, grab some snacks, chill, and also look out. Here we have their actual habitat, not the underwater only. So they like to sit on the surface of the water, they like to chill on these logs. We have a little cave back here with a basking lamp. One or two of them with some nests, little implied nests. However, connected to these was my chimpanzee habitat. Quite a big build, this one. This is where I started getting really precise, really good with detailing. So I was using the window shutters as bolts to kind of imply wood and beam connected. Rope pieces to make climbing frames. Hammocks. I had these ideas of like the keepers would drill through the beams, thread the rope through, and then knot it on the top. Again, more of these bolts. Tire swings. Got loads of baby chimps here. Yeah, just this whole gigantic climbing structure. Double barrier. That moat idea again that I always use for like primates. These were actually inspired by Zoo Tycoon. Funnily enough. And then at the back, they've got this nice little rock feature, water feature there as well. And then here, we have their shelter. Chimpanzee indoor shelter. Which looks like this from the outside. But from the Cayman Cafe, you can actually go out onto a balcony to look out at them as well. See them climbing. So that was that. Then we had the coyote. This is my coyote build. Very rocky. We love our rocks here. At this point, I'm absolutely obsessed. So we built some outdoor little dens. No longer am I just hollowing out the earth to make a den and leaving it at that. I'm using rocks to kind of blend the two together. So we have our little dens outside for them. But we also do have an indoor area for them as well. So again, I'm trying lots of backstage. Implied doors. All that stuff. Then, this was actually inspired by Rudy. If you know Rudy. Mr. Camel. This kind of like hotel skyscraper thing. With these two as tenants. So in this one, we have the ocelot. It's a very vertical. Got that big old trunk. Multiple levels of elevation. Here we have our ocelot just chilling. I also built these as pulley systems, these doors. So you got the beam going through. You got the rope tied to a little pulley switch down here. So many. I lose count. And then this was their outdoor viewing. Made all this myself as well, which is very time consuming. And then they could just wander around. They can hang out in the trees. They've got a lovely little water area over here. Lots of roots. Their neighbor are the Saki monkey. So here we have the Saki monkey. I never actually finished this, funnily enough. But this is what's known as the Colosseum. This is where Ooze and Sandwich reside. So again, a lot of verticality. Lots of Cecropia trees. Lots of things connecting them with rope to platforms. Lots and lots of, like, just intertwined branches that they can run along. And yeah, this big round, like, Colosseum. All hail King Buttface. And then the last thing I ended up doing here was our Jingle Jam 2025 build for the giant panda. The second time you've seen them today. So we have our little Jingle Jam info zone for WWF. And then this is our panda build. I've made a short on this, actually. That's on my TikTok and Instagram. So the pandas come down here to feed. Most of the time, anyway. And then we have this, like, very overgrown cave. This was quite a challenge, actually. I made a hill, and I used loads of these moss rocks to kind of blend the two together. And then hang over the front of the cave. Loads of places with enrichment to kind of bring the pandas closer to the guests, closer to the animal talk. This little watered area with like an aqueduct that goes through and over to the other side. A bamboo thicket, of course. So this little labyrinth of bamboo that the pandas walk through. Behind here, we have their shelter. Hello, panda. Nothing amazing, very simple. Just a shelter. Keepers access from over there. Around here, we have the kind of the start of where that water comes from. And feeds through that aqueduct to the other side. But yeah. Then we have our indoor. Panda Gardens. You come in here. Very spacious. Very open plan. We had little images of all the named pandas on the wall as if you'd adopted them. That took a lot of time. We built this WWF sign meticulously out of Noto full stop pieces. And actually, it lights up at night as well. Ta-da! Pretty little cool thing that we did. We have all this kind of like education area for the adults. We have an education zone for the kids. And then you could look out and see the pandas. But that's not all. You could then wander up here out onto a roof terrace. Grab some food, grab some drink, and then come and chill on this grassied roof terrace that also just looks out on everything. This was so big that I couldn't even blueprint it because, yeah, just look at it. So that was last year. This year, obviously, you've been seeing me build it every week. However, there was one more thing that we've done. And that is the Gibbon build that we built for Gemma. Also for WWF. Again, there are some zoos and some like things that we streamed that I've not shown you because they're just no longer around. But I've showed you most of the zoo projects that we've gone through. Yeah, basically this is the plan for when we finish our aquatic zoo. To just do one-off builds like this. So yeah, this is my La Gibbon build by Daz Unlocked. This is where I incorporate everything. Everything we've learned from the chimpanzees, the safaka, the lemurs, everything. Everything that we were doing with the aquatic build as well. my own custom signs that I built and I've made a tutorial for. Custom fencing. And yeah. Big old Moti Island. Something I learned from the chimpanzees. Big old structured frame with all the rope coils, all the bolts connecting them. This, I don't know if he's still here, the wonderful Dutch who raided me. He inspired me to do this from his chimpanzee build. Like a hanging fruit feeder. Hey, welcome back, right, mate? So he inspired this. I built this hammock using anchor plates. They don't use it, though. Did you ever get the train to copy? Yes. What you have to do is you have to make a habitat around it. You build the barrier, the habitat gate. You then save that as the blueprint, and everything inside will be remembered. So yeah, we have this overgrowth. It's kind of leaking from the land onto the water, causing all this like surface moss on the surface, obviously. Very overgrown, very rocky. I wanted everything to be vertical. Everything should be up here. That's where you want to see the gibbons. So all the enrichments on these towers. And then yeah, this was their structure as well. Gibbon Heights, I called it. So over here was another way that you could come and look at them. Little implied signs. See them up there. And then this was our indoor habitat. Shelter, sorry. Where all their food is. Because the keepers can't realistically, from a game perspective, get over there to feed them. So we built this tunnel for the gibbons, which works well. Implied little door that shuts. We have that little crank there. Gibbons are all in here. And then we even did like a little backstage as well. Little messy backstage. Yeah. And then, of course, that brings us to today. I remember this. This gave me the inspiration for my next build. Oh, hell yeah. This brings us today, where today we actually finished the construction. A complete zoo with the most detail we've ever added. From all the lessons of the other zoos. The whole 6 years. From that very first park where everything was a rectangle and prefab. To this. Which you've been seeing me build every week now since January. Our most recent addition was, of course, our Lagoon Lodge. And this is, yeah, we're all caught up now. The last 6 years of streams, zoo streams in particular. And everything we kind of built. Again, there are some stuff that isn't included, that we've missed. But some of that is kind of lost to time. I no longer have the save files for either. And this is what we did this morning. I added that toilet that Milkshake really wanted. I filled out that last kind of little scenery area. A little messy. We're already missing the poop. Go on, Val. Give me a phrase to say for Fira's Spanish redeem. I've got one for you actually afterwards. I wonder if they'll have rope physics in Zoo 2, so like gibbons, and swing around them and launch themselves into low orbit. Hopefully. They do pretty well right now. They used those ropes that I just showed you a minute ago, and they hang from them, and they swing from them, and they cartwheel on them. But they don't really like launch themselves to other platforms or anything, so. But it's pretty good for what's there. So I can only hope it's better in Zoo 2. So yeah, now the plan is we're going to go through this. We already started earlier today. We're going to go through this, add security cameras, add lighting, add some special effects and extra details here and there. And then we're done. Our first and final finished zoo in planetzoo. After this, we're going to do one-off builds like the Gibbon one that you guys can vote on. Un anno mas support andome feliz anniversario. I butchered that till the end. Un anno mas support anadome feliz anniversario. Shit. How bad was it? Ooh, Dutch posted his progress. I'll have a look at that. I've got one for you, Val, as well. That was amazing. This is to commemorate your holiday today. Ha sido colonizado. I butchered that as well. She's gonna be like, another year of putting up with me. Happy anniversary. Ah, that's actually wholesome compared to what I just said. Do you know what I just said from the butchering? For context, chat, again, I said Hasido colonizado or Zado. I butchered it, but it translates, I believe, roughly to "you've been colonized." Today is a public holiday for Val to celebrate the liberation of her country. And we were in Davy's stream, me and Sandwich, and I can't remember how we got onto the subject. But we were talking about being British and something about Assassin's Creed, I think. And obviously you got the Spanish and you've got the English fighting, and we're just pirates in the middle of it. But they're both known for being colonizers, and obviously Val calls me one. So he said, what would be funny if someone raided in or subscribed? It's just a sound clip of me going, "You've been colonized! You must stay here now." And I had to get it in Spanish, obviously. But I butchered it, as is tradition. Val's was wholesome. Mine was a threat, I think. So. Yeah, they called me like a god at Empire. They called you little apostles. Yours was a guarantee, it was. Disciples, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, no, I don't know if every one of you was here for the whole tour, but I hope you enjoyed that. I'm glad I got the timing right. It took 3 hours. I had to rush kind of through the last couple of zoos, but 3 hours it took to go through 6 years worth of zoo building. As you can see, a lot of it was me just experimenting, me playing around, me trial and error, patience, persistence, and practice. I went from a zoo that was very much building pathways on the grid, building habitats as in-game barrier boxes and rectangles, and everything in the game that I put was prefab. I didn't do anything myself. I'd add 1 or 2 rocks here and there to this that we've built together. The whole purpose of that is for me to tell you that any one of you can do that. I've said it again, I'll say it again. Again. With enough practice, you can kind of go through that transition. What's Fab made? Oh no. Dazza talking to Val. I mean, it was kind of fitting, actually. She said, you put up with me. And I said, you've been colonized. 2 sides of the same coin. Yeah, no, I've met a lot of wonderful people recently. The zoo community over on Twitch has grown ever since the announcement of planetzoo 2. And I've met so many wonderful people that are trying the game for the first time. I get very intimidated by, like, stuff Dutch makes, stuff I make. But the whole point is, I was there. I was in that position, and anyone can do it. Obviously, we don't have too much time now until Zoo 2, where it'll become even easier to build nice-looking things. So... my ancestors didn't fight for our freedom so that a British man could tell me I'm colonized again. Well, they failed. Afraid so. Yeah, at the moment we're adding this. Actually, a combination, a compounding of 2 ideas between Luke and Warlock. The light Warlock sounds like a skilly. Attaching the camera to the light, Luke. Because we still get a lot of vandalism. And I need to fill the whole park with these little blue circles. Not the whole park, where there's display screens, where there's bins, and where there's benches. But we're basically going to plop these everywhere that makes sense so that there's full-time security. Once that's done, we're going to go to nighttime and we're going to add lighting everywhere where it makes sense. Once that's done, I'm going to go through it. I'm going to add some visual effects, special effects where they make sense. An example of that, if you're confused, is I have this tree going over the path. So I've added a falling leaf special effect coming down with some leaf litter on the path. So do those 3 things. See if we're missing anything. Project done. Val, yeah, you get him. You get him. Yeah, no, I don't know if vandalism to this level is realistic behavior. But I'm gonna try prevent it. I'm gonna do my best. There you go. Feel like us when the colonizers got here. Timed out. Oh. But yeah. The VOD for this will be live on Sunday. It used to be every day, but now it's every other day because I recorded 1440p. So it takes longer to process now. So on Sunday, the VOD for this will be out. So if anyone wants to watch the tour again or missed any aspect of it and you want to see some stuff, you can. Also, all of those zoos, apart from this one, I believe all of those zoos, Drakis can confirm, are actually on the workshop. So you can just download them, go through them yourself, take some ideas, maybe. I'm laughing so hard, I'm nearly in tears. Not the tears Val was after, I'll be honest. Not the tears she was after. Do 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 do. Spain was a huge colonizer. Can you time yourself? I think that was the point. Ooh. Ooh, it'd be rude not to. Sadly, chat, that is where our 6th year anniversary comes to an end. Because I'm not streaming ever again. No, I'm not. I'm live tomorrow with that stupid game that I'm being made to play. Yeah. That was a good day, though. I enjoyed that. I hope you did, too. There is one more stream. We have one more stream left in the week. We are playing Donkey Kong Country 2 tomorrow. So expect me to lose my marbles. Because that game is ass! Not the good kind. The after stream kind. I'm going to send you, actually, to sleep. Not actually. That wasn't a threat. I'm sending you to sleep. Sleep is streaming. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for today. Thank you for all the lurkers, all the chatting, all the support today, all the gifted subs, the bits, the follows. I really do appreciate it. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a wonderful weekend, okay? We'll be back live with more Planet Zoo next week, of course, on Tuesday, where we get some more Zoopedia reveals for Planet Zoo 2. But like I say, we will be back live tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow with some Donkey Kong. They're pretty funny streams. Hell nah. They're pretty funny streams because I just lose my head. So if you want to chill with me on... I say chill. If you want to watch me tomorrow, you're more than welcome. Okay? If you stick around for the raid, be your wonderful selves. Sleep is obviously one of our community members. He is lovely. He gifted me a game today. He didn't need to do that. So send him all the love. Okay? And I will see you guys tomorrow. Ah! Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, bye.